Chivalry of a Failed Knight, Volume 15. Riku Misora. Interlude, Dying Words. A powerful blow and heat exploded in the chest. Vision, clouded with a crimson veil. Blood, a huge amount of blood surged in all directions. Along with blood, something very similar to the inside strewed to the ground. Only after that did he realize that all of this was from his torn chest. Weakness quickly ran through his body to his head, and consciousness began to fade. Grip weakened, and the device, the materialization of his soul, slipped out of his fingers. The knees trembled and the upper body, which remained without support, as in slow motion, collapsed in a sea of blood. The crimson veil quickly changed its color to black. But before you say goodbye to life and fall into oblivion, before he loses everything. I love you, Stella. With a smile, he still manages to say goodbye to his beloved girlfriend. For all the time spent with her, he never regretted that he had met her. At the same moment, the incompetent knight of Kuragain loses the last crumbs of consciousness. Immersed in darkness, he will never wake up again. Chapter 22, Sword God. We were constantly told, do nothing wrong, be kind to others, love one another. But you will not be forcibly happy, right? What to do to us who cannot feel happy without bad things? The world denied us, tried to suppress, forced us to live a fresh life. This is terrible, huh? This world is very selfish. But now is the time when we no longer need to control and restrain ourselves. We will no longer obey anyone. We will destroy all the rules and leave only one thing, the weak. We must obey the strong. But we should not worry. We were born strong beings. Let's kill those we wish. Let's rob those we only want. Let's enjoy our new life. We will have a lot of fun. King of Puppets Orgol. It was this man who led the group of terrorists who responded to his selfish statements and attacked the army of the rebellion. Having destroyed the base of the rebellion, he turned into a puppet Prince Cledland Johan to start a war against the Vermilion Empire. He chose a historical issue as an excuse for the attack. Many believed that he attacked Vermilion in revenge on Stella Vermilion, who destroyed his puppet Ryzen Haraga at the Sword Art Festival of the Seven Stars. With these words, Iris, his older sister, who knew him better than anyone else in the world, did not agree. He saw in you an amusing toy that helped him pass the time. Iris's words were true. Orgol did not look for reasons for his anger. He was simply a creature that enjoyed the suffering of people. That is why he intentionally set Cledland and Vermilion at each other, knowing that the past of these countries was difficult and that they were currently trying to establish contact with each other. As a result, according to his plans, the Cledland army staged a massive invasion. Vermilion at the ready immediately gave a worthy rebuff. But perhaps, unfortunately, Orgol, his plan of total massacre was disrupted by the resourceful and bold first princess of Vermilion, Lunaise Vermilion. Having learned about the battle between the two countries, she went to Lucerne and offered Orgol a deal that he simply could not refuse. Her devilish currency, thrown on the negotiating table, was the sentence, "I will kill my family if Vermilion loses the war." With this deal, she wanted to force Orgol to arrange a war of representatives that would obey the rules of the League. However, with her trick, she immediately refused huge military support from the League. Indeed, in the War of Representatives, controlled by the rules of the League, a third party did not have the right to intervene in hostilities. Thus, 5 night magicians were responsible for the fate of Vermilion. The Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion, Princess Yaksha Nene Seiko, the Black Knight Iris Ascarid, the sloppy killer Yui Tatara, and the mediocre knight Kuragain. It was these 5 knights who performed in the decisive battle. And when that same decisive day came, the advantage was completely with the Crimson team. 4 battles and 3 victories, absolute domination by Vermilion. The Cledland team only had one representative who survived the war, namely the Orgol Puppet King. It was decided that in the battle he would face a 4-rank knight of the higher league of the Kings of Knights, the Black Knight Iris Ascarid, who for Orgol was a real blood sister. She was a guarantee of an easy victory. Her motivation in this war was unparalleled. After all, her enemy, or goal, staged a massacre in her native village. From that day on, Iris accused herself of not being able to stop her brother in time. She lived with the only purpose in life, to stop her brother and break the chain of tragedies. Her incredible determination was close to a curse. It was she who deeply sank in her head and gave her strength to overcome her own limits. Orgol had zero chance of standing up against her in any way. After all, initially Orgol was part of the forces of the rebellion. Working behind the scenes, with unique powers, he controlled puppets around the world. His ability is not bad. But they were completely unsuitable for open battle. As evidence, without Kabub's support, he would have died in a battle with the one-armed swordsman, Sir Wallenstein. What can we say about the victory over Iris? In addition, Iris acted not alone. Stella quickly sorted out with Johann and came to the rescue. Somehow Orgol managed to repulse their onslaught, but everything comes to an end. His opponents are too strong, and it is only a matter of time before they catch and kill him. The fact that he will lose in the battle with them was not even discussed. But that did not happen. In the immediate moment before his death, Orgol cried and begged for mercy. His words reached their goal. Iris remembered her true desire and attacked Stella to defend Orgol. Of course, Stella was angry. Burning with righteous anger, she tried to find out from the betrayer Iris why she was doing this. But her words were not heard, and Iris did not back down. She understood that she could not forgive herself for this, and that people, too, would not forgive her for her betrayal. But Iris did not back down from her previous goal and continued to defend her brother. Only thanks to her, Orgol managed to escape from the battlefield. But at that very moment, the incompetent knight of Iki Kuragain came to them. He told Stella that he himself would fight the Black Knight Iris Ascarid, and she was ordered to continue to pursue Orgol. Mediocre knight versus Black Knight, Crimson Princess versus Puppet King. The war has entered its final decisive phase. This happened. The war between Cledland and Vermilion is in its final phase. Half of Cledland's capital, Lucerne, has been destroyed by the reckless idiots, the other is turned into the desert. But now, in the center of chaos, spraying sparks in all directions, a black and lilac flame collided. The helicopter with the commentator descended lower to the ground. The incompetent knight of Iki Kuragain against the Black Knight Iris Ascarid. The clash of two knights with incredible skill. The traitor Black Knight Irisgol put all the forces of her body into a swinging battle halberd. The blade, surrounded by tremendous magical power, is ready to destroy, crush, and destroy everything in the reach. Asphalt, concrete, steel, any barrier. Everything Iris touched with her halberd, like a raging hurricane, was blown out of her way. However, in the center of destruction, a lonely silhouette continued to calmly stand in front of her. The mediocre knight of Iki Kuragain. He met every wave of her storm with a lightning wave of his katana. The mediocre knight manages to restrain her onslaught. The Black Knight's battle halberd makes circular motions, and the mediocre knight fights back with direct lunges. Before the halberd of the Black Knight gains full strength, the homeless knight meets her weapon in the shortest possible way. Unbelievable. The attack power of the Black Knight is at least 3 times higher, but it is precisely the homeless knight that throws his opponent back. All as the commentator said, it was Iki's attacks that pressed the enemy. The body of Iris all receded and receded back. But this should not be. No matter how Iki attacked, Iris should not have retreated. Her whole body is protected by the spiritual device, Orihalcus. However, Iki did it. He used his 6th secret blade, Dokuga no Takai. This technique is able to destroy the body of the enemy, ignoring any armor. With every attack of his katana, he constantly used this technique. His every blow passed through thick armor and inflicted damage on Iris. But do not forget that the Black Knight is not a simple armor. Her armor can be accurately described by the apogee of stamina, unbeatable armor with unprecedented protection and healing power, unrivaled in the league. None of the Daguk no Takai of the mediocre knight can inflict serious damage on the Black Knight while she is dressed in Orihalcus. Again and again, all her wounds are restored in an instant. A quick U-turn and Iris swing high. Having invested enough strength, she sharply lowered the halberd down. The blade went deep into the ground, destroying the asphalt pavement. Like a machine gun burst, pebbles flew towards Ikki. The Iris attack is useless against knights who are able to defend their body with magical power, which in the manner of a barrier protects them from physical attacks. However, the mediocre knight is fighting against her, so there is a completely different conversation. Hell, the Black Knight uses dirty technique. Mediocre knight F-rank knight, his magic power at the level of ordinary people. The Black Knight's attack is like a machine gun shot. If he somehow does not evade, only minced meat will remain from him. Now Ikki was in position after applying the Dokuga no Takai technique. He was aiming for something. He looked completely defenseless. There was little time to evade. He could not manage to avoid an enemy attack. But the mediocre knight once again proved that the impossible is possible. Like an impregnable fortress, his body still stands still. What? Iris was surprised. Her face under the helmet took a dumbfounded look. Pebbles, as if shot by a machine gun burst, slipped around his body. With a minimum of strength, Ikki managed to use a technique that protected him from a deadly attack. Tenji Muho, 1, right. All this time this guy had in stock a similar technique. 1 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Perfect natural beauty. Ikki copied this technique from Kurado Kurashiki. Teni Muko. Let Ikki not master this technique as well as Kurado, but still he managed to defend himself. Large pebbles could not get through the grid of lunges of his katana. The mediocre knight cut all the flying pebbles. The attack of the Black Knight is completely repulsed by them. In fact, it can be stated that their battle has returned to the very beginning. 3 minutes have passed since the start of their battle, but not one of them could cause damage to his opponent. Absolutely equal battle. A rank knight and F-rank knight. Attack, defense, the amount of magical powers. In all this, Iris should be the leader, but she still could not hit her opponent. If you follow common sense, such a battle between them is simply impossible. The incredible possession of the sword of Ikki made the commentator's voice tremble. However, the commentator did not yet know that an equal battle in front of his eyes was just a trick. He only had to get acquainted with the terrible insight of Ikki Kuragain. Gah! Immediately after a painful cry, the course of the battle changed dramatically. The battle halberd of Iris, having met Ikki's Intetsu, was thrown far back. However, such a fate befell not only weapons. Following his halberd, Iris's body was torn off the ground by a powerful blow from Ikki. Incredible! Where does such power come from? Really, the mediocre knight hid his power all this time? Wait a minute. Is he really? The commentator veteran, who watched the finals of the 7-Star Sword Art Festival many times, instantly noticed. 3 minutes have passed since the start of the battle. 180 seconds. This time was enough for the talented swordsman Ikki Kuragain to fully study and analyze the movements of Iris. The third secret blade is Madoka, a technique that steals enemy attack power and releases it immediately during a counterattack. With her help, the mediocre knight managed to corner the Crimson Princess at the festival. Madoka, one of the most sophisticated techniques of all the hidden blades Ikki. She did not protect him from enemy attack power. Stealing enemy power, he circulated it in his body and released it in his counterattack. Speed, strength, angle of attack. If at least one of this Ikki misses, the stolen enemy force will explode in his body. And there is only one result of error: death. However, all fears are in vain, because Ikki Kuragain uses this technique. His insight, like a magic mirror, is able to copy the skills and personality of his opponent. A knight inspiring fear in his opponent. 3 minutes passed since the start of the battle, but unlike Iris, Ikki did not stop collecting information about his opponent. Combinations, movements, breathing, even thoughts, every detail that formed a knight named Iris. Having collected all the information, it is not surprising that from that moment the battle turned into a solo performance by Ikki Kurogane. Gallia. Mediocre Knight seizes the initiative. Having taken a big step forward to the Black Knight, he violates her position for circular attacks. The Black Knight, as we see, does not like such a rapprochement. She wants to attack with her giant battle halberd. But the homeless knight is ready for this. Rapidly reducing the distance, he crosses his katana with its halberd. And oh, he took another big step. The distance between their bodies is minimal. Everything is bad for the Black Knight. Take a look at her battle halberd. The Black Knight at such a close distance cannot swing. Step back. She is trying to retreat. But all is useless because her every movement is controlled by the mediocre knight. He will not allow to break the distance, and his weapons can easily attack at such close range. And oh. He used the second secret blade is Ritsuko. It was with this technique that the Knightless Knight crushed failure in the semifinals of the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. The Black Knight, spilling blood from all slots of the armor, steps back. Is he really putting Dokug no Takai in every hit of Ritsuko? Is this even possible? His opponent is not capable of any defense. Mediocre is not important, neither distance nor armor. Mediocre Knight, the most non-standard knight of F rank. Of course, Iris did not give up. Ritsuko, Ikki threw her back, and now she tried to put all her strength into her limbs to restore her balance. With a wave of battle halberd, she wanted to counterattack. But Ikki did not allow it. His series of attacks was too fast. Iris's eye did not have time to track his attacks. The 7th secret blade, Reiko, an incessant series of attacks by the incompetent knight. The Black Knight cannot react in any way. Moreover, the speed of Ikki's attacks is growing. A series of attacks does not stop. The incompetent knight is still attacking, and its speed is only increasing. And even now it's increasing. The speed is still growing. God, this will someday end, cried the commentator in surprise. Finally, the speed of his attacks increased so much that no one else could track the movement of his katana. The speed was much higher than the usual, Reiko. Ikki created a new technique with the evolution of the Kekujitsu Isenryuritu no Kavami Amatsuke style. This secret art of the sword was transmitted only in the Kurogane family. Ikki found out about him when he fought against his brother Auma Kurogane. During that training fight, Ikki safely copied this technique. Kekujitsu Isenryuritsu no Kavami Amatsukes used all possible human speed. Having copied such a powerful technique, Ikki spent a lot of effort to bring it to excellent condition. In fact, Ikki has created a new technique, which combined Rajko and Kekujitsu Ishinryu Ryatsu but Kavami Amatsukaze. The name of this technique was Heavenly Lightning. From about 90 to 108, the blows merged into one lightning fast. A clang of thunder tore through the night sky of Lucerne. Iris could not defend herself from such a powerful blow. Her body was thrown back, and she fell on her back. What a terrible ability. Even the Black Knight Iris Skull could not resist it. She, a knight of A rank, cannot oppose anything to the worst F rank. Just look, a pool of blood spreads under it. And she's getting bigger and bigger. The Black Knight is losing too much blood. A very terrible wound for a man. Is this where their battle is over? Til-chan, have you seen? Even a 4-rank knight can't do anything to this guy. Yeah, we would never be able to defeat him, even if he stood in a handstand. Groom-san is simply magnificent. Ikki-san is so cool. The inhabitants of Vermilion burst into loud applause when Ikki managed to crush the Black Knight on the screen. Dad, didn't Ikki just win? Astray asked Sirius excitedly. Dad. Sirius's expression refused to lighten. Astrea, living with him for a long time, understood that something was bothering him. All this time, Sirius fiercely resisted the marriage of Ikki to Estella. But, despite all the screaming and swearing, it seems that now he was really worried about Ikki. This guy is really good at fighting. I am very impressed, really. If it were an A-League, no doubt he would have won. But now they are fighting to find out whose path the knight and ego are stronger. The knight, nicknamed Resistant, so simply will not give up. As if hearing the words of Sirius and Astrea, Iris staggered to her feet. Heavy bleeding stopped pouring from her Orichalcus armor. Even Sky Lightning could not inflict at least some effective damage to Iris. Cannot be. His technique is shocking, it's true, but the battle between these knights is initially dishonest. Black Knight of A rank and mediocre Knight of F rank. The difference in power between them is enormous, said Sirius, confirming the harsh reality. He was telling the truth. No need to harbor false feelings, accept it as an inevitable reality. Right, Ikki Kuragain did just that. He understood this best of all. Damn fool, why did you refuse Stella's help? Said Sirius, threatening his fist at the monitor. After the whole combination, Iris calmly got to her feet. Watching her every move, Ikki took a deep breath. Well, the attempt is not torture. Reiko, Madoka, Dokuga no Take, Heavenly Lightning, and other powerful techniques. Combining them among themselves, Ikki tried to crush Iris. But there was only one result. Everything is useless. Iris fully recovered and got to her feet. Even her breathing did not go astray and was still steady. On the other hand, Ikki was already quite exhausted after the last offensive. From the very beginning of the battle, he did not stop attacking and defending. I lost. My sword art is superior to her. My attacks are more masterful and stronger. But what is the use of it if I just cannot inflict damage on her? Her defense is on a completely different level, unattainable for me. I would call her even dishonest. No matter how it sounds, but her armor is strong because it is strong. Her techniques are not as versatile as those of Stella, and not as diverse as Totter's. But even without these advantages, Ikki recognized the absolute strength of Iris. Such a force on the part of his opponent was quite natural, because she put so much determination into the current battle. Iris was ready to do anything to protect her younger brother, who had committed many atrocities in this world. Iris Gold decided to share her brother's grave sin. And no matter how sad her former comrades were, she decided to the last follow her true desire. Her determination is strong, and the stronger the determination, the stronger the magical powers. The device of the knights is the materialization of the soul. Therefore, its Orichalcus armor has the same stamina and indomitable will. Until her resolve fades, Iris, clad in Orichalcus armor, will rise again and again after any damage received. Ikki was convinced of this after a previous attack. First, he needed to crush the Orichalcus armor, and for that, Iris needed to crush the feelings and determination. There was only one way to do this. There is no other choice. You need to use the technique that he defeated Stella in the finals of the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. Put all your feelings, thoughts, history, will. Put all of yourself in that incredible blow. The last secret blade is the oikage. But there was a problem. Unfortunately, Iris watched his finale against Stella. Before striking the oikage, clear preparatory actions are needed to build strength in the blade. When he takes the EI position and begins to hold in Tetsu with his hand, Iris will be vigilant without a doubt. In addition, she is well aware of the severe depletion of his body after he uses Ito Razetsu. From the realization of such an unpleasant fact, Ikki's eyebrows crawled up. But now, there is something worse. After all, it was not only Ikki who thought, how would it be better to use the oikage to crush Irisgold in this battle? Heya. Releasing a loud scream that tore the long night silence, Iris broke loose and attacked Ikki. Started, this time the Black Knight decides to take the initiative. How fast? Crushing the ground under her feet, she flew at the speed of a rocket to Ikki. As soon as the distance between them decreased, Iris made a wide circular horizontal wave with her halberd towards Ikki. Side impact, how powerful. Without even trying to trick her opponent, she simply swung her halberd with all her might. Naturally, such a blow could not hit Ikki. Bending to the ground, he easily dodged its attack. But As soon as the battle halberd flew over Ikki's head at the speed of a cannonball shot, a private house located behind him blew off the face of the earth. What? How is this possible? A gust of wind after a wave of a halberd blew away a house in this residential area. However, Iris has not finished yet. A new wave and she again cut through the atmosphere. The blade of her halberd rushed down to the ground in order to crush Ikki, who was bending over. Like last time, her attack shocked. To evade, Ikki had to jump sharply to the side. The battle halberd, with all its strength, plunged into the ground, smashed the asphalt road into small pieces, and caused a web of huge cracks that rushed to the foundations of private houses to destroy them. Her strength was exactly the same as the Battle of Chaldea, when she saved Ikki from the fate of being crushed by the foot of a 300-meter BB. Exactly, this was the real power of Orichalcus. As mentioned earlier, the healing power of Orichalcus could be used not only in defense. Any blazer could increase the speed and power of its attacks, releasing colorless magical power. But there is a limit to everything. There are limitations when subsequent amplification can cause serious damage to the physical body. And it was the healing power of Iris that erased these limitations. With this power, Iris could ignore any injuries and continue to build up her strength. True, with this feature, she was able to push the BB foot. And now this incredible power of Iris, once saving Ikki's life, was directed against him. Realizing this fact, Ikki's face darkened. It is dangerous to fight an adversary who, without fear of injury, is able to attack with such tremendous physical strength. We need to deal with her before the rhythm of her attacks increases. Heavenly lightning. Ikki managed to get ahead of Iris, who was already swinging for the third time. It was this incredibly fast series of punches that temporarily disabled Iris. Now his goal was to hit all the key joints of the limbs of Iris so that she could not move. But unfortunately, Ikki, the same attack will not work on Iris twice. Not caring for tendon rupture or fracture of bones, she put even more magical power into her movements, as if trying to reproduce the speed of heavenly lightning by Ikka. Hey, what is she trying to challenge the mediocre knight and achieve its speed? What a stupid move on the part of the Black Knight. All right, as the commentator noted, no matter how much you put magical power into your movements, you won't be able to compete with the superior speed of Ikki. Iris didn't keep up. Lightning of Heaven began to strengthen the position of Ikki in this battle. The loud rumble of thunder did not cease to sound with each movement of Ikki. You cannot beat the speed of Ikki, as all the spectators who watched their battle thought. But, already after a couple of minutes, something happened that no one expected. And Iris's battle halberd began to keep up with Ikka's heavenly lightning attacks. 1 hit out of 5, 1 hit out of 3, 1 hit out of 2. Iris's movements accelerated so much that fresh blood did not stop oozing from the slots of the armor due to excessive amplification. And in a couple of moments, God, yes, you are kidding, I refuse to believe it. The heavenly lightning of the homeless knight is completely repulsed. The Black Knight has reached the speed of the mediocre knight. But how? It is simply not possible. Her movements were not so fast at the beginning of their battle. Already such a speed. Ikki, like Boomer, was also convinced of the incredible acceleration of Iris. Such an increase can be explained by only one. Iris used her famous ability, because of which she was nicknamed the Stance. Fighting in the A-League, her damaged body was rebuilt into a stronger one to withstand a high load. Broken bones healed and became stronger, and physical strength was constantly growing. This ability, which was rightly considered the trump card of Iris, helped to take her 4th place. Enhanced recovery. I understood. Without a doubt, to achieve such amplification, the Black Knight used the enhanced recovery, another circular horizontal wave of a halberd. God, what a speed. Spit on inertia, the Black Knight instantly returned the halberd to its former position. The flesh and tendons are torn. The bones, all twisted, are crushed into pieces, but thanks to her monstrous restorative power, which continued to maintain her human appearance, Iris did not stop waving her halberd. Each time healing her, enhanced recovery made Iris's body stronger and stronger. That is why with each new swing, the speed of Iris only increased. Heavenly lightning surpassed. The medium knight no longer has a speed advantage. In such a situation, he needs to immediately stop the futile counterattack. Run, fool, while you have the opportunity. Good advice. After all, enhanced recovery increased not only speed. The power of Iris attacks was also growing steadily. If Ikki is unable to evade, he will not manage with a simple fracture of bones. The halberd Iris will chop his body into pieces. Powerful attacks sweep before his eyes at a speed greater than heavenly lightning. In such a situation, really, there is only one thing left to do. Hey, you don't want to be crushed. Run away faster. Ikki-kun, please run. Sirius and the other inhabitants of Vermilion shouted loudly, watching the broadcast of the battle. And though their voices could not reach the battle in Cledland, Ikki, continuing to fight, and without their advice understood what to do. Now he needs to retreat and somehow escape from the lesion zone of the Iris halberd. But she's haunting me. Iris quickly chased after Ikki. Having quickly reduced the distance, she again entered the critical zone of Ikki. A mediocre knight cannot escape from the Black Knight. A little more, and she will impose her battle again. The commentator shouted the obvious fact. In fact, the words about the incredible speed of Ikki are too exaggerated. From the side, it may have looked fast, but Stella's flight or Iris's run, when they released their magical power, far exceeded its speed. In confirmation of this, Iris chased him very quickly. Ikki was already beginning to feel how gusts of wind from swinging Iris halberds scratched their skin and cut their hair. But even in such a hopeless situation, Ikki continued to maintain a minimum distance when the halberd could not touch him. Ikki, you are amazing. Words of admiration burst from Iris's heart. Lose life from one hit of the enemy. Despite its fragility, continue to fight with many strong opponents and win with only a thin katana in their hands. Without a doubt, this boy in the future could become a swordsman stronger than Edelweiss. But I can't lose. Right, Ikki can hit me at least 10,000 times, but I will not suffer. The only thing I need to beware of is the demonic blow that decided the outcome of the 7-Star Sword Art Festival finale. I have nothing to fear. After all, before attacking that terrible technique, he needs a lot of time to prepare. Watching your battle, I gathered enough information about you. Ikki, you will never defeat me. It's a matter of time when you lose. The outcome of the battle has already been decided. But, Ikki, are you aware of this yourself? Do you feel pressure? After all, it is simply impossible to attack the enemy. If Ikki tries to go on the offensive, the battle will end immediately on this attack. After each strike, Iris's strength increased with enhanced recovery. A whirlwind of endless sweeping strokes of a halberd became faster and more powerful. With every second, the situation of Ikki only worsened. And this does not fix it. Unlike his rival, Ikki's forces can only be exhausted. It is already difficult for him to maintain pace, so as not to be absorbed in the fierce pressure of the Black Knight. Blow after blow, lunge after lunge, everything led to the fact that Ikki is critically mistaken. And finally it happened. The blade of the halberd pierced the ground with all his might. Ikki's legs immediately lost support, and his defensive stance was broken. Iris sought this particular name. Now, here is a long-awaited chance. Iris would never miss such an opportunity to attack. Quickly pulling the halberd from the ground, without even swinging it, she again attacked. Compact Kick 1, Isudzuki 2. One, the author himself decided to characterize such a blow. 2, spear to the opponent's stomach or chest. There is no need for a strong blow to kill a knight who does not have a decent magical defense. May Ikki fall into despair at the threshold of his death because of our difference in strength. Iris achieved her goal. and the blade of the halberd touched Ikki's chest. Her blow was supposed to kill him, but this did not happen. At that moment, when the blade pierced shallowly into his chest, Ikki's body suddenly began to move. Having described the circle around the hilt of her halberd, in Tetsu Ikki hit Iris in the side of the hull. Gah. Oh, it's Madoka. Even despite the predicament, the mediocre knight manages to maintain composure. Ikki's instant counterattack proved to everyone that he had not yet given up. Immediately after his impact, Iris's body was thrown back. Naturally, she took no damage. Since this was originally a compact attack, Ikki, using Madoka, returned the same small force back to her. Even if Iris received little damage, her armor would heal such a wound in a second. However, her mind was greatly shocked. He planned this from the very beginning. Watching Iris from a distance, there was no sadness or despair in Ikki's eyes. His gaze remained as calm as at the beginning of the battle. Then Iris was convinced that Ikki deliberately allowed her to break his stance in order to catch her on a counterattack and break the distance. What an amazing insight. Even though he was forced to fight in an unequal battle, his concentration did not deteriorate in the least. However, not only Iris, the commentator was also struck by the incredible maneuver from Ikka. Ha ha ha, this guy is the most reckless and coolest in my career commenting. Looks like he really has cast iron eggs. Aha! Ikki grinned bitterly at the commentator, who either humiliated him or praised him. That grin struck Iris even more. Why is he still able to smile in such a difficult situation? Does he really believe in a ghostly chance of victory? Take it easy. I am a knight whose strength many people are convinced of. Shake yourself, do not let your will flinch. It makes no difference how Ikki continues to maintain his fighting spirit, because in the end the balance of battle has not changed. All his attacks cannot hit me, but mine are still deadly to him. No need for excitement. No matter how strong Ikki's resolve is, with the help of enhanced recovery, I will definitely catch him. This is my victory. The outcome of the battle is predetermined by fate. Therefore, forward. Tearing off, Iris swung her halberd 3 times at Ikki. She needs to end the fight as soon as possible in order to come to the aid of her younger brother. Every second is worth its weight in gold. While Ikki struggled against Iris, Stella was desperate to catch Orgul, who, moving through the administrative district of Lucerne, was trying to escape from her. I wonder if I can break away from the chase, thought Orgul, sensing the back of his head burning the heat of his pursuer. All this time, he moved with the help of threads through the sky, which were everywhere stretched between the high-rise buildings of the administrative region. But no matter how fast he jumped from one thread to another, Stella's flight speed far exceeded his capabilities. Before safely leaving hostilities in Cledland, you must shake off the pursuer. And for this, he needs to somehow slow down Stella. Stretching his arms, Orgul spread his fingers wide and began to quickly manipulate the threads in which his magic flowed. Its threads are universal. They are used not only as invisible ways to move. A god of the machine. Following the movements of his fingers, skyscrapers torn from the foundation, trains and cars began to assemble in one place, forming a huge humanoid figure whose growth reached more than 300 meters. A giant stone golem, connected and manipulated by threads, stood in front of Stella and lowered his fists down, trying to crush the small insect that was chasing his master. However, for Stella, God from the machine was not a serious threat. She easily coped with such a golem when she fought against the Orgul puppet at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. Such a stone giant could just wave its fists, which was not scary for Stella. Without any hesitation, Stella waved the levitine. A flash and a crimson radiance ran through the giant's hand from fist to shoulder. Immediately after the radiance, a powerful gust of wind created by Stella's chopping attack tore off and smashed the golem's hand to pieces. But Stella has not finished yet. Without slowing down the flight speed, she immediately, in the wake of the previous attack, inflicted a new one on the giant's chest area. Her levitine, like a knife in butter, easily penetrated a stone golem and cut a huge hole 20 meters in diameter. God from the machine is a bunch of debris interconnected by threads. If you make a huge hole, the tension between the threads will weaken, and the technique will not be able to maintain its shape. Like a little earlier spread out hand, the body of the stone doll began to fall down to the ground. Surprisingly, such a powerful technique could not stand against Stella even for a few seconds. Such an outcome is quite expected. It would be naive to believe that this doll will be able to cope with Stella-chan, muttered Orgol. However, this may sound strange, but he was not at all upset by the rapid destruction of the stone doll. After all, his goal was originally to have Stella destroy the golem. The next instant, Stella's continuous flight ceased. A huge number of threads entangled every part of her body. True, this was the Orgol plan. He deliberately tied the god from the machine to the ground, so that when Stella smashed it to pieces, the threads would entangle her whole body. Now that Stella is tied to the ground with threads, it will be difficult for her to continue the pursuit. Be a good girl and stay on the ground, said Orgol, making sure that his plan really stopped Stella. But a flame of purgatory. As soon as Orgol turned away from Stella, a burning heat painfully hit him on the back. How is this possible? After all, between them there is still a distance of 100 meters. Looking back in surprise, Orgol noticed that the levitine, raised high in the sky by Stella, was glowing with heat. A huge pillar of fire, rising to heaven, wriggled like a dragon. The circle, breaking up into pieces and again becoming a single whole. A pillar of flame turned into a shining fire sword. Heck, my threads. Unable to somehow resist, his threads, flaring up, completely burned out. As soon as the fettering chains disappeared, Stella immediately got up and waved her sword, shining with a dazzling light. Burn to the ground, fiery salamander. A slash divided the sky like a horizon. Ah, cried Orgol, hastily fleeing from the approaching tsunami of light. Continuing to jump from one thread to another, he quickly descended to the ground. As soon as they descended, the tsunami of light turned to ashes everything that was located above 80 meters high. Not only the skyscrapers were burned, but the whole web of Orgol. The games are over, Orgol, Stella said coldly, descending to the ground. Maneuvering before the eyes of Orgol, she tried to land right on him, but at the very last moment the boy managed to avoid such a violent attack. Although the act of the idiot Ascaried added unnecessary trouble, I won't let you escape. As if stating a death sentence, Stella thrust the tip of a golden sword into the ground. Now, next to Orgol, there is no one who could protect him. The noose around the neck finally waited for its moment. Fa ha ha. Despite the seriousness of the moment, Orgol laughed out loud. When Stella reminded him of the Iris act, Orgol could not help laughing. He himself did not expect that Iris would throw something like that. Ah ha ha, I was also very surprised by the act of Nissan. I could not even think that at that moment she would decide to give me a helping hand. What was she thinking about? What a stupid thing, Orgol said, continuing to laugh. But, wait a minute. The last replica of Orgol made Stella's face go pale. How dare you say something like that in such a situation? Right now she is fighting for you, and you call her stupid. Don't you really feel anything? Should I feel something? This situation seems funny to me, no more, Orgol asked inquiringly, bowing his head. His broad smile, as if carved on his face, did not go away during a conversation with Stella. Blood relations, or maybe a feeling of love, when I use my puppet dolls and force them to kill, the feelings I feel are transmitted through the strings are very pleasant. Previously, I had to control it through the threads, but now my dear Nissan acts even without them. It seems that even after that event, she loved me all this time. All this looks so much like an interesting experiment. Oh, you piece of crap. Stella pressed her lips so hard with anger that she no doubt hurt herself. Yeah, I also think of myself that way, Orgol laughed happily. His wide eyes agreed with Stella's words. I myself do not understand what is wrong with me. It is not normal to enjoy the suffering and pain of others. I understood that my views were alien to other people, so I always pretended to be normal. But I hated all this. I did not consider myself an ordinary person. Everyone in the village loved me. I received many awards. At school, I was the very first in academic performance. I have always received many love letters. Father and mother always told me that they were very proud of me. Even my birthday was always celebrated by the whole village. I was forced to smile, but all these things were disgusting to me. I should have felt happy, but that was just a pretense. I hope, Stella-chan, did you understand how I felt bad before? You. Oh, I told you so much about my past. Suddenly rising from the ground, Orgol put his fingers to the corners of his mouth and carefully looked at Stella standing in front of him. If you think about it, only Stella-chan is following me. Your duet with Nissan broke up, and I no longer need to run away, said Orgol. He extended his arms to the sides, like wings, and widely protruded his fingers. The Puppet King was more than ever ready for battle. In response to his movements, Stella tightened her grip on the levitine. Looks like you underestimate me. Stella-chan, on the contrary, you look down on it. How else? All this time you cowardly tried to run away from me. Stella grinned, looking at Orgol's dirty cloak from a long chase. However, in an exchange of barbs, Stella missed the mark. Orgol immediately hastened to correct the misunderstanding. Oh, I didn't mean myself. You look down on my Nissan. And, what are you talking about? I did not expect you to pursue me alone. Leave Ikki alone with Nissan. Do you think this is a sensible act? Aren't you afraid that he might die? The words of Orgol made Stella's face sharply sharpen. Ikki is strong. He is strong, I do not even doubt it. Probably even I will not be able to defeat him. After all, I cannot do anything with his incredible art of owning a sword. I think that even if God will be his adversary, Ikki will easily cope with him. While the enemy can be shredded, he has no equal. But my Nissan is completely different. She cannot be shredded. No matter how brilliant his skill in wielding a sword is, he cannot defeat Nissan in any way. Her armor is on a completely different, incomprehensible level. Enough time has passed since the beginning of their battle. Probably, soon the commentator will announce the result that Ikki-kun died. How much longer did he have to live? 5, 10 seconds. Stella-chan, maybe you want to go back. Don't even hope I won't let you escape. The moment and Orgol went on to action. Threads, like whips, flew from each finger of the right hand. 5 threads flew into the sky. Sharp and thin at the same time, they silently attacked Stella. The flesh will burst and blood will rush in all directions. Of course, Orgol is not limited to one attack. Spinning in a dance, Orgol prepared to shoot with threads from his left hand. Did you say everything? A perfectly planned attack was unsuccessful. Not even a sword. Stella firmly grabbed the threads with her bare right hand and began to drag Orgol to her. Yes, you are right. For Ikki, Ascarid is not a very successful opponent, but Ikki will win anyway. He made a promise to me. That he would not die, answered Stella to the provocation of Orgol. She understood very well how much Iris and Ikki were different in power. But even so, Stella knew, Ikki is not the kind of person who makes promises in vain. Without a doubt, he has a plan for victory. Orgol does not know this. Iris does not know this. Perhaps, except for me in this world, no one believes in his victory. I believed in him. I just can't help but believe in him. Indeed, on the eve of the decisive battle, he made a promise with a kiss. Even in that battle against Tauta, he believed in me when I, Stella Vermilion, had already given up. No matter how strong or weak the enemy, we promised each other to always win and not die. I hate the idea that anyone else can hug Stella besides me. He promised me that he would not disappear from my life, and that he would always hug me tightly. Right, for Ikka, it's as easy as shelling pears. He always achieved everything in life only because of his incredible strength. I'll repeat it again. I have no regrets. After all, your sister is fighting the most famous mediocre knight in this world. I don't have to worry about him. After all, now I, the Crimson Princess and the Night Mage of the League, have to fulfill my mission. Orgol Puppet King, right now I will kill you." During her hot words, Stella pulled the thread that was wrapped around her left hand with all her strength. Orgula, whose right hand was still tied to these threads, jerked forward and he lost his balance. And this is exactly what Stella sought. Swinging, her sword flew down to decapitate Orgol. The enemy failed to shake her strong connection with Ikki, so the levitine fell more and faster than before. Unshakable trust in your partner played an important role in this decisive battle. The battle between the Black Knight, who sided with Cledland, and the homeless knight continues. At first, their battle was equal, but after the Black Knight decided to use the enhanced recovery ability, which helped her take 4th place in the world ranking, the advantage completely passed to her side. With each hit, the Black Knight is getting stronger and stronger. The mediocre knight can only run and dodge. The commentator accurately described the course of their battle. Even the inhabitants of Vermilion understood that Ikki could not be defeated. He was no longer able to fight on equal terms with Iris. Her battle halberd flew through the air, spitting on inertia. With each new swing, thanks to the enhanced recovery, her attacks became more powerful and faster, and a gust of wind did not stop cutting the flesh of Ikki. Ikki used full control, which helped him evade the terrifying attacks of Iris. But against the gusts of wind created by the quick swings of the Iris halberd, he was powerless. His clothes were torn in many places, blood did not stop pouring from numerous wounds, and his breathing was very far from even. All viewers understood that the guy was close to exhaustion. It's a matter of time before he falls off his feet. Enough of Ikki, you gotta give up. You've already shown yourself enough. She will kill you. You gave us your word that you will win, but we, the inhabitants of Vermilion, do not want your death. Stop. Loud applause turned into cries of despair. Everyone who watched the broadcast understood that Ikki could be saved from Iris only if he announced his defeat or escaped from the battlefield. All this time, the audience was desperately rooting for Ikki, but now it dawned on everyone that the battle had long passed into one goal. And if nothing changes, Iris will soon overtake Ikki. No one wanted him to die, so everyone desperately shouted for him to escape. But, the mediocre knight, taking advantage of the impulse from the intersection of weapons with the Black Knight, retreated. Again on the verge of death, he managed to retreat and survive. Now the speed of the Black Knight due to the enhanced recovery is much higher than the heavenly lightning of the homeless knight. But even so, despite the approaching exhaustion, he still maintains the utmost concentration. Using full control, he decides to balance on the border between life and death. But why? What the hell is the point of continuing to resist? Ikki's affairs were rather nasty, but in spite of everything, he continued the struggle. Why is he fighting? Why don't he just give up? No one understood the reason for his act, and the inhabitants of Vermilion all the more. But, continuing to fight against Ikki, the real reason for his stubborn struggle began to reach Iris. Really? Guess so frightened Iris that her face under the helmet became very pale. Why is this boy continuing to fight against her? After all, if he continues this senseless struggle, she will overtake Ikki, catch, and kill. The commentator accurately described the current situation. According to the most favorable forecasts, Ikki will be able to hold out against Iris for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, enhanced recovery will expand the boundary of her powers so much that even the talented Ikki will not be able to cope with it. Victory will certainly be for Iris. This is not even discussed. But there is no guarantee that Orgol will be able to hold out these 10 minutes against the Crimson Princess. Everything is bad. Iris does not fight to defeat Ikki. She denied everything to help her younger brother. There is no point in defeating Ikki if Orgol is dead by then. Such a victory is akin to defeat. One thought of it pierced her body with cold. When she betrayed her team, she was disqualified as a representative of the war. After defeating Kabub, who posed a serious threat, Vermilion had only to defeat Orgul to win the war. In other words, Iris has nothing to do with the events of this war. Victory over it is optional. All this time, Ikki was pulling a fight with her to win more time for Stella. To win over me, he needs to use the technique that he used at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. This is the only Ikki technique that poses a serious threat to the desperate and can easily crush the Orihalka's armor. But due to the fact that I know everything about her, Ikki cannot apply this technique. Therefore, Ikki decided to continue the protracted battle and catch the right moment when he can use his trump card. This was the real purpose of the incompetent knight Ikki Kuragain. Judging only by force, the homeless knight will lose 100 matches out of 100 against the Black Knight. Too much difference between them. In a direct battle, he has 0 chance of winning. However, victory in battle is not determined solely by force. The circumstances for which they are fighting are also an important factor. Iris does not believe in Orgul's victory and hurries to help him, and Ikki completely trusts Stella and tries to win as much time as possible for her. Impatience, intensifying over time, only increases the likelihood that Iris will refuse to win in a protracted battle and decide to rush forward to win in a quick battle. Ikki Kuragain foresaw this from the very beginning and waited. In a battle with her, Ikki could only count on victory. Although the Knightless Knight took advantage of the impulse of the enemy attack to escape, the Black Knight again quickly reduced the distance. He is trapped. The advantage in incredible speed has long been lost to him. The Black Knight has cornered him. Is this really the end of the mediocre knight? Iris, hearing all these screams from the commentator, could not help but crook a smile. Did I corner him? What an idiocy. All this time, only he drove me into a corner. All this time, he did not attack me during the enhanced recovery. Only I tirelessly waved a halberd. One-way combat. It was he who drove me into a trap. He looked like a fighter who suffers all enemy attacks just for the sake of a good chance for a counterattack. It all sounds like a bad dream. I have never met a knight who chooses such methods of victory. Whatever the situation was bad, no matter how much he yielded to the enemy, Ikki continued to do everything to win. What a terrible opponent, although this was to be expected. From birth, the knight was considered the weakest, but he did not give up his values. Rubbish, not good for anything, useless. Ikki did not pay attention to all these words and continued to fight in battles that seemed impossible to win. He fought and won. And now against this incredible guy Iris needs to fight. One cannot even talk about easy victory. What should I do? Believe that the younger brother will last 10 minutes before the enhanced recovery defeats Ikki. Or immediately fall into the trap of the enemy in order to come to the aid of his younger brother as soon as possible. Just thinking about it, Iris's forehead covered with cold sweat. However, she did not hesitate for a long time over the answer. What's happening? The Black Knight, leading a one-sided battle thanks to the enhanced recovery, suddenly takes a step back. What for? Did she decide to take a break? On the day my brother was born. When he squeezed mine with his little pen, I understood. To protect this heat, prepare to sacrifice something dear. I missed those calm days when my brother was still not inspired by the idea of violence. Perhaps he tried to cope with his incomprehensible feelings that distorted his heart, but I was a bad older sister. For this reason, he did not tell me and did not ask counsel. He fought everything alone. And the result of his struggle was that terrible tragedy. I will not leave him alone. I will stay with my brother and will always hold his hand. I will spend all my time with him. I will eat the same food as he, constantly telling him that he is not alone. And let the world consider my act shameful, to spit. I am ready to fight against the whole world. No matter who despises or hates me, for the sake of my family I am ready for anything. And maybe one day, The very warmth that I felt in that little pen will light up in it again. Yes, it will be so. I have nothing to worry about. I do not care what intrigues the enemy is building against me. Our thoughts are the source of our magic. They can easily decide fate. My feelings, lit in the heart, will not lose to anyone. Get ready. Right now I will show you the true power of Orichalcus. The Black Knight stopped the one-sided battle and gained a distance. Raising her battle halberd high above her head, she released a huge amount of magic. Magic completely covered her whole body. Does she really want to end the protracted battle right now? Begins. Everything as Ikki expected. Iris abandoned the protracted battle and decided to end the battle with one short fight. For the sake of saving her brother, she deliberately refused a winning strategy and decided to play Ikki's tune. I do not think her choice is wrong. She herself is free to build her fate. Perhaps with this decision, Iris tried to break the chain of suffering. The strength of this man is unbelievable. A thought flew in Ikki's head. Surely Iris understood that the constant healing and strengthening of physical strength with the help of enhanced recovery carried a danger, fatal danger to her body. But for the man she wanted to protect, Iris was ready to sacrifice everything, even herself. Such strong feelings, can I crush them? I must win. Ikki quickly dealt with the second weakness that arose in his heart. He also has people whom he wants to protect. Moreover, he promised his beloved girlfriend. Inspiring his ego, Ikki prepared to confront Iris. Grabbing a stronger grip on the Intetsu's hilt, Ikki strained his back and stood upright. Directly opposite him, Iris was ready for battle. Do not think of failure. Forget about losing. Be strong and keep striving for a happy future. In contrast to the unrealistically powerful magical power of Iris, Ikki activated his trump card, Ito Resetsu. A blue magical light exploded in his body. But now, having learned magical control at the top of Edelberg, Ikki did not allow magic to break free from his body. Two knights with opposing feelings are ready for the last time to collide. Their feelings are equally strong, and they do not want to give in to each other. Only one of them was waiting for the future. Here and now, the decisive moment in the battle between the mediocre knight and the Black Knight has arrived. Ikki and Iris. The lingering battle where Iris chased the retreating Ikki came to an end. Now everything will be decided in a quick fight, in which it turns out whose feelings are stronger. Of course, Ikki decides to be the first to seize the initiative. Before I just hit the Iris battle halberd's defeat zone, Ikki deliberately took a step forward and began to hold the katana with his hand. This was the art of the Sword of AI, thanks to which he managed to defeat Stella at the Festival of the Art of Sword of the Seven Stars. But not so simple. There are a number of conditions that must be met if he wants to use that technique. The first is the mandatory activation of Ito Resetsu. To use all his body power at one moment, he simply needs to remove the limitations of the body. The second is to prepare and use the art of the Sword of AI. To give the katana incredible speed and strength, he needs to hold the blade firmly with his left hand. And the last, the need for a situation where the enemy will run right at him. If they both rush at each other, Ikki in close proximity to the enemy will be able to activate his technique, thereby accumulating more power and increasing the power of the chopping attack. Having fulfilled all these three conditions, Ikki's technique can become the last in the life of his opponent. But the problem was that Iris was aware of all the preliminary preparations. She was at the finale of the Seven-Star Sword Art Festival and saw his fight with Stella. That is why Ikki could not apply this technique from the very beginning of the battle. But Ikki did not refuse to use this technique. Using the maximum mental power, he deliberately created a situation in the battle when Iris allowed him to enter the Ito Resetsu mode. Now all the conditions are met, and the Knightless Knight is ready to attack with the fastest and strongest blow. In contrast to his long preparations, the Black Knight Iris Goal raised her halberd high above her head and left her torso undefended, as if offering Ikki to hit her there. Her control over magic was at the same high level as the Crimson Princess. Having released a huge amount of magical power, she condensed it and formed an additional magical barrier around her body. Despite the immediate danger, she wanted to let Ikki hit her. Probably even Orichalcus will not be able to withstand the attack of Ikki. But still, Iris believed in herself. After all, it was not for nothing that she was a knight in the league, whose defense was second to none. It's so easy not to cut it. When Ikki hits her, his katana must slow down. And that will be enough. If Ikki's blade slows down for at least a split second, Iris will smash his head with his powerful halberd strike. In order to win this decisive battle and withstand the flames of Ikki's feelings, Iris must put all her determination and will into Orichalcus. A sharp blade in Tetsu cut the armor Orichalcus. Or will the reliability of the Orichalcus armor stop the Intetsu blade? The sharpest blade will collide with the most durable armor. Their battle from the very beginning moved to such a denouement. At the most crucial moment, when both rivals rushed to each other, one of them made a fatal mistake. The mistake was made by the Black Knight Irisgol Ascarid. All this time, she was focused on the speed of the Ikka katana, which moved so fast that the shadow did not have time to move behind the blade of the blade. That was precisely her mistake. She did not fully understand the nature of Ikki's technique. After all, the katana Ikki was not only fast, but also very strong. In his incredible blade, Ikki put all his skill trained in torment, his whole soul and all the physical strength of his body. He invested in the katana everything that shaped the personality of Ikki Kuragain. And not only. In addition to all of the above, he put the culmination of his development, the essence of desperate. Iris was bound to guess. Ikki always triumphed over enemies that could not be defeated. He was inferior in strength to his opponents. He lacked skill, but he won anyway. And now this desire for victory was invested in that single blow. He simply could not lose. At that moment, when he was preparing to hit Iris, his blade, which carried the whole history of his victories, merged together with the gravitational pull of the fate of the desperate, which had a great influence on the cause-effect relationship of this world. The formed desire of Ikki intervened in the history of the world and turned into ashes the page where Ikki was to lose. The die is cast, the Rubicon is crossed. In the battle between the desperate, the winner is the one who first intervenes in the causal relationships of the world. His desire destroyed a possible defeat and formed at the tip of his blade in the form of a causal force to cut everything in its path. That was the real essence of the last secret blade, Oikage. Event. The real nature of art Oikage cut her fate. It was only at the last moment that Iris noticed how the Intetsu blade, as if through a haze, passed through its Orichalcus armor and penetrated deep into the body. The Orichalcus armor, cut by Ikki's causal desire, cracked and crumbled into black dust. Gah! Iris coughed violently and spilled blood from her mouth. Together with the blood, her knees, weakened, could no longer hold the vertical position of the body, and she began to fall to the ground. However, a complete fall was avoided. Ikki took a step forward and grabbed her body fondly. "I won," said Ikki Iris with dignity, who was limp on his chest. "Their battle is over." "Yes," Iris agreed, nodding weakly at his words. The wound that Ikki inflicted on her is so deep that it reached the spine. Her intestines are cut into pieces and are unlikely to function now. But that's not the point. Of great danger was the side effect of enhanced recovery, which she continuously used during their battle. Everything in the world has a limit. The body of Iris was strengthened so much that it went beyond all limits for a long time, and without the Orichalcus armor it could not function. At that moment, when her Orichalcus was destroyed and the restorative power ceased, her body began to self-destruct. The organs began to explode from their own contractions. The muscles were torn from excessive tension, and high blood pressure mortified her brain cells. Thanks to the flesh, Iris still retained her human form. And unfortunately, such a serious destruction of the body cannot be cured with the help of recovery booths. After all, the physical strengthening of the body with the help of enhanced recovery has a permanent effect. This process does not obey her will. Whatever treatment methods are now applied to it, the body will never stop self-destructing. Now, nothing will help her, and Iris was well aware of this. She understood that all her actions in this battle were a one-way ticket, but she continued to use enhanced recovery anyway, even though only death awaited her. Iris was aware of the inevitable consequences. Shiver. Iris suddenly noticed for herself that her body was trembling. Is that fear? Fear of dying, despite the fact that she betrayed her friends and the person who raised her. This thought seemed so disgusting to her that Iris instantly dismissed it. There must be some other reason. The source of the trembling must be different. Her body is dead. All physical forces left her body after that wound. Then, why am I trembling? And her question did not need an answer. After all, it was not Iris herself who trembled, but the one who had kept her all this time. A tremor, not entirely clear to her, was transmitted to her body through the flesh. Without a doubt, the man who inflicted a mortal blow on her could not help crying. Exactly. Icky is not the kind of person who enjoys the death of people, especially when a man killed by his own hands was dying. He never longed for battles where you need to cross arms with a friend. How much pain and torment did he experience from his act? Similar thoughts, similar will. I have never met people like him. For his part, he never allowed insults or bullying. He was always a real knight who, for the sake of his chosen path, continued the struggle. And even now, he is struggling to hide the expression of bitterness. He spoke his words of victory with dignity to the enemy. After all, he understood that he could not be disrespectful to the man whose path he had just cut off with his sword. He must be making a titanic effort. Not yet. No, I cannot allow this amazing boy to spend his kindness on me. Before I leave, I must lighten his torment. He should not feel guilty before me. This is not at all acceptable. Fighting death, Iris scraped bits of her power in a dead body and took a deep breath. Icky, Kun. I have to tell him that. Please, forget about me. Those hoarse sounds that came out of her throat can hardly be called a voice. But fortunately, Iris lay on Icky's chest, so her words reached him. You don't have to bear this burden. Just forget about everything. Forget Iris as a nightmare. Never, Icky refused and laid a hand on Iris's head. People like you will certainly be criticized. History will brand you as a villain. But for me, you will remain an incredibly kind woman who, for the sake of saving the family, turned the whole world into her enemies. My sword will forever remember the moment when I defeated such an incredible knight. This is my knight's path, and I will follow him to the end. While Icky spoke, he did not stop gently hugging Iris. Unfortunately, all his words did not reach Iris. Her hearing was impaired, and the light died in her eyes. She did not see or hear anything. But the warmth that penetrated her cold body made Iris understand that this man would never forget her. This feeling could not but be pleasant for her. Thank. The words of gratitude themselves came out of her mouth with the last air. All she wanted to say was said. She has nothing more to add. Having uttered the last words, Iris turned her consciousness to the body. I'm so tired. Last vitality expended. I didn't have even the strength to breathe. My eyes closed. I see, so it means what death is. I will fall asleep and never wake up again. All my bitterness, my fears, have gone somewhere. Only a feeling of comfort swept my body, the feeling that I was about to be able to finally rest. If you think about it, I have never felt so peaceful since the day of that tragedy. Whenever I close my eyes, a bloody scene in the church where I kill my parents and friends arose in my head. All my life Iris Ascaried, lived to kill my brother and avenge his every crime, as for my own sin. Only at the end did I realize my true feelings. I remembered that promise when I held that little pen in my hand. But I couldn't keep those words, even though I tried. I used all my powers, all of myself. But, sorry, I did my best, but lost. The Black Knight Iris Gold Ascaried fully accepted her final. With a calm expression on her face, she fell asleep with an eternal sleep under the first rays of the sun. Oh my God, a decisive moment has just happened before our eyes. It was definitely the Oikege, the same technique of the mediocre knight with which he won at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. When the mediocre knight and the Black Knight rushed to each other, the Oikege destroyed the Orichalcus armor. The incompetent knight of Iki Kuragain defeats the Black Knight, who betrayed the team of Vermilion, cried the commentator in a voice of complete delight. The Black Knight does not move. A mediocre knight, with morning movements, lays her body on the ground. Is the Black Knight dead? I can send a rescue squad in place, but it seems too late. No matter how much medicine develops, it is impossible to resurrect a dead person. But we should not forget that she betrayed the League. Do not mourn this stupid idiot who decided to support the Puppet King. Now there are more important things. Namely, the victory of the incompetent knight. This damn guy was able to beat up such a formidable opponent. Words of gratitude came not only from the commentator. All the inhabitants of Vermilion, who watched Iki's live broadcast, could not hold back loud applause. Incredible, Iki-san won. What a heartbreaking battle. How did he manage to win? I hope he did not overdo it. All the inhabitants of Vermilion were happy that Iki managed to survive. Only Sirius, who was speechless from what he had just seen, could not join the general fun. This guy, King of Vermilion, was a real warrior, so in this battle he saw much more than ordinary people. The broadcast clearly showed how they clashed in the last decisive battle, and Iki inflicted a deep wound in the stomach of Iris. But Sirius understood that such an outcome should not have happened. The Black Knight led on all fronts and would certainly have won if she continued to pursue Iki. There is no place for haste in the war. She could not take risks for the sake of victory. However, Iris abandoned the previous tactics, and it was in the hands of Iki. Impatience Iris reached its peak, and for the help of Orgul, she decided on a dangerous act. Iki from the very beginning of the battle understood that he had very few chances to win. To deal with the enemy, he had only one way. Iris pecked, and the result of the battle in front of everyone. Surely, when he sent Stella to pursue Orgul, that too was part of his plan. From the very beginning of the battle, the Black Knight fought under the dictation of Iki. Did he foresee everything in advance? Judging by sound logic, the Black Knight was obliged to win this battle. But the result is the opposite. The whole battle from the very beginning to the end went under the dictation of Iki. The adversary acted as he expected, and the outcome of the battle came out as Iki had planned. There was no danger. Iki calculated everything and defeated the 4th strongest knight in the world. This is not a lie or a snag. People understood this very well. League knights watching his fight from a distance. Influential people who watched the replay of his battle a little later. They all changed their minds about him. Iki used to be a promising newcomer who cracked down on the Crimson Princess at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. But after defeating the Black Knight, he was officially recognized as a knight representing the League. Before this war, several nicknames were already assigned to Iki. Mediocre Knight, Uncrowned Sword King of 7 Stars. With some nicknames, he went through most of his life. And now, to these 3 has been added one more, the god of the sword Iki Kuragain. The commentator and all the inhabitants of Vermilion were overjoyed at the victory of Iki, but the latter did not share their feelings. Wiping blood from his face with a handkerchief, Iki glanced at Iris. Her face was so peaceful. Thanks, yes. The last words of Iris coming from her lips were words of gratitude. But why? Why did you thank me? After all, I am the one who killed you and prevented your attempt to help a dear person. However, he will never receive an answer to his question. Of course, we can assume, but all speculation will be far from the truth. It is necessary to reconcile that the person from whom he could ask the answer has left this world. Forever. So, all people are dying. But the feeling that arises when you intentionally deprive someone of their life, it looks like magma burning inside the body. His path as a knight, which he had followed all his life, launched a deep crack. Overwhelmed with pain, Ikki most of all wanted to scream. He was convinced that if he tried to throw out all these feelings, he would feel better. But it's not time yet. The war is still ongoing. Although Ikki had used up all his supplies of magic and stamina, he was ready to fight on. He did not doubt Stella's victory over Orgol, but something can always go wrong, and he will be forced to continue the struggle. Leaning on the intetsu, Ikki got to his feet. Ito Razetsu, a technique that for the time spent all physical and magical powers of the body. However, the depletion of the body caused by the return of technology is small compared to when he fought at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival or against Rakudai. This result was achieved thanks to the training of Edelweiss. Ikki significantly improved his control with his magic and could now use his noble art more effectively. Previously, he thoughtlessly released energy with his whole body, and as a result, it severely wounded him. Now he could concentrate energy pointwise in his body and pour most of it into his katana. His body is still capable of movement if physical strength returns. And for Ikki, as a person whose control over the body is perfect, there is no problem in regaining physical strength. Having scattered his consciousness in a stream of blood, he went around with it every part of his body. This examination of the body was clear. He intentionally activated a physiological process called autophagy 1. One autophagy is the ability of a cell to absorb its constituent components. This is a natural defense mechanism that allows small particles to adapt to new conditions of existence. For example, autophagy is triggered when a cell lacks nutrients. Initially, this process is used by the body to urgently restore energy by decomposing its own body. But Ikki intentionally activated this process to restore physical strength, sacrificing the maximum power of physical characteristics. 5 minutes. So much time was required for Ikki to develop physical strength in order to be able to fight again in the future. Let it be this way, that he is not able to restore the reserves of magic, but so Ikki can at least be able to move around. Turning his head, Ikki looked again at the lying Iris. I will not apologize. Like your little brother, I also have people whom I want to protect. Immediately after these words, Ikki closed his eyes to increase concentration and speed up the process. He needs to get ready for the next fight as soon as possible. Chapter 23, Vermilion's Wrath. The death of the Black Knight is officially confirmed by the rescue team. It seems that in this battle, because of the enhanced recovery, her body was strengthened so much that it self-destructed itself. Do you understand the last fight? Personally, I do not. After the death of the Black Knight, the homeless knight sits on his knees near her body and closes his eyes. Is he going to pray for the soul of the Black Knight? Surely not. This guy is much cooler and stronger than he looks. I'm sure that he did not succumb to feelings, but simply regained strength for the next battle. Yes, the Vermilion team won the battle, but the war is not over yet. The last member of the Cledland team, Orgol Puppet King, is still alive. However, we do not need to worry. I watched the battle between Orgol and the Crimson Princess through cameras in the administrative district. The Crimson Princess from the very beginning took possession of all the advantage. She does not stop hunting for Orgol. It is only a matter of time before she catches him and kills him. Ikki. The commentator's voice echoed in the sky above Lucerne. Thanks to him, Stella and Orgol learned about the result of the battle between Ikki and Iris. Despite the fact that a member of her team won the fight, Stella's heart sank in pain due to Ikki's decision to kill her opponent. God, Nissan, what have you done? Because of you, the situation has become even more complicated. You took the 4th place in power in the world. How could you lose? Orgol sighed heavily and began to accuse Iris of worthlessness. The selfish behavior of this man knew no bounds. "Yes, you lost your last protector. Nobody will come to help you anymore," said Stella. Make the leap to the Orgal. She lifted her high above his head, Levitin. Orgol will no longer be able to escape. After all, a huge fire wall in a height of more than 100 meters arose behind him. Although not only behind. The wall of fire, surrounding Stella and Orgul on all sides, took the form of a circle 30 meters in diameter. More Orgol will not be able to escape. In addition, with the previous equipment, Stella cut off all the skyscrapers of the administrative district, so Orgal also will not be able to escape through the air. Everything is over. As the commentator noted, it is a matter of time before she catches and kills him. Developing even more speed with the help of fire wings, Stella waved her sword. Orgol is in a fiery trap. He does not escape. But, ah-ha-ha, an unpleasant laugh flew from Orgol's lips. His expression was not at all like he was about to give up. "Oh, Stella-chan, you are such a fool. You are well aware of the current situation, and do you seriously believe that I will continue to fight by the rules?" Stella tried to hit Orgul's Levitin, but was unable to hide her confusion. Indeed, right before her attack, 4 children jumped out from under the rubble, and widely spreading small arms tried to close Orgol with their bodies. Scarecrow was not only their sudden appearance, but also their expression. All the children smiled a wide smile, as if glued. Stella was immediately forced to deflect her sword to the side. Such a sharp turn in the opposite direction brought Stella out of balance, and she collapsed to the ground. The sword, whose trajectory changed, pierced the ground with all its might. The viscous surface of the asphalt road could not absorb the impact of such a force and cracked. Cracks rushed to the neighboring building, located on the border with the wall of fire, and brought it down. The destruction caused a huge pillar of dust. And when the dust sheet was a little scattered, many figures of people arose on the site of the destroyed building. There were more than 100 of them, and everyone, like children, had a broad smile glued on their faces. Without a doubt, all these people were residents of Cledland, whom he turned into Orgol puppets. "Oh, how bad it turned out. Looks like your attack made a hole in the underground shelter." "Oh, you, king of the puppets, what are you doing?" cried the commentator, seeing how many ordinary people appeared on the battlefield. According to the rules of the League, this was not supposed to happen. It was an emergency. On the other hand, at such a loud cry, Orgol only shrugged. "All complaints, please, to Stella-chan. This one here, without hesitation, crumbles everything that is horrible. Her attack destroyed an underground shelter where civilians were evacuated. My fault is not here." "You bastard, don't make yourself an idiot. All civilians of Cledland had to be evacuated to suburban areas. They should not remain on the battlefield. This is a serious violation of the rules." "Enough, I'm fed up with you." Hearing all the words of the commentator addressed to him, Orgol, raising his eyebrows, waved his right hand, as if driving away adherent mosquitoes. Immediately after his swing, a flash of light ran through the night sky, and the commentator's helicopter cut into 2. "This is a." Under the loud cries of the commentator, the helicopter crashed to the ground and exploded outside the fire wall. "I'm no longer interested in the rules. After all, I agreed to play on them only because the proposal of Lunai's-chan seemed interesting to me. I am a terrorist. When I lose, I have no reason to fight by the rules. So what, Stella-chan? What are you going to do? If you don't remove the wall of fire, the inhabitants of Cledland will burn it alive." Immediately after the words of Orgul, civilians began to rise from the destroyed shelter and go to the wall of fire, not ceasing to smile broadly at Stella. If she does not cancel her technique, they will indeed burn alive in the fire wall. Whether Stella wants it or not, but she is forced to lift the barrier. As soon as the wall of fire disappeared, on the other hand, more than 1,000 people came up. All these people left the underground shelter and came here. They could not control themselves because Orgol manipulated them using his favorite technique, the puppet theater. He specifically brought in even more people to surely stop Stella's attack. I thought so. Stella-chan, you're so kind. Come on, dolls. Hold Stella-chan and win enough time for me to escape. Obeying his orders, the dolls instantly ran towards Stella. A huge crowd, like a tsunami, rushed to her. However, the threat is dubious. Puppet theater, or Gowl, is able to improve the physical abilities of puppets, but the degree of enhancement is still unknown. By its power of the dragon, Stella can deal with a large crowd of people. But she did not want to cripple them. All these people are only victims of the evil technology of the enemy, and Stella promised to protect civilians. A man is too fragile before her dragon power. If Stella uses this power, someone will surely die. Everything is very bad. Stella is forced to cancel even the protective flame surrounding her body. After all, it too can accidentally cripple them. Stella is not entitled to any resistance. Frozen in place, she is forced to be swallowed by a stormy stream of puppets. Hey you, idiots. At the moment when Stella had already accepted such a situation for herself, a loud, indignant voice rang out on the battlefield. And a crowd of puppets, threatening to crush Stella underneath themselves, was demolished by a powerful explosion of a man who suddenly appeared. Like a battering ram, he carried all the people around Stella. After a few seconds, another detachment of people appeared on the battlefield, all of whose members were wearing a red happy coat. Lined up in front of Stella, they did not allow the crowd of puppets to approach her. Here we are. I'm tired of sitting still and doing nothing. Adu-san. Right. Stella's father, Sirius Vermilion, who was supposed to be in the Vermilion Empire, appeared on the battlefield with the Imperial Guard. The most beautiful. The most charming. For the beloved Stella. Thanks to this strange squad, the battlefield got a little hot. However, not only they arrived to help. I'll hold them back, Star Ocean. And I, Mila-chan, will tag all the doll hubs. Immobilize only those whom I shoot. Yes, sir. Vermilion's troops, among which were Stella's friends, Tilmit and Malaria, arrived on the battlefield and immediately hastened to neutralize the inhabitants of Cledland. Tilmit's ability turned any road into a swamp that slowed down the movement of people. And Malaria, thanks to a slowdown in the flow of people, found a puppet, which Orgol turned into a hub for control by a large number of people. Observing for a long time Ikki, who at the Battle of Chaldea discovered many such doll hubs, she herself learned to find them. Imagine for a moment that the battlefield is the expanse of water on a rainy day. The commanders will be the drops, and the ripples from them will be the soldiers under control. When Malaria first heard Ikki's explanations, she didn't understand anything. I will not allow harm to my beloved homeland. But in a crisis situation, talent blooms much faster. Using sharp vision, Malaria found one hub doll after another and shot them with paint from her spiritual device, the musket. And then there was the case for Small. The army of Vermilion, under the command of Signature, and the night magicians of the League neutralized doll hubs. More and more people were freed from the magic of Orgol control. Stella-sama, leave them to us. Stella-sama, your goal is still Orgol. Please deal with him in the end and put an end to this stupid war. All obstacles have been removed. Stella could continue her battle again. Watching all this bacchanalia, Orgol recalled how in the past the Black Knight escaped from Lucerne along with Stella and her comrades. The divine gates of the winged Prime Minister. Have you really asked Nissan to prepare this technique in Cledland? Tatura taught me a lot. This war is fundamentally different from all the previous ones where I fought. It is difficult to predict what will happen to Cledland while it is in your hands. Therefore, it would be logical to prepare a backup plan in the event of an unexpected set of circumstances. The Vermilion army did not just follow the broadcast and cheer for Stella. All this time, they, regrouping with the remnants of the night magicians of the League, were waiting for the moment when the situation could change dramatically. And this moment has come. Orgol did what was different from the rules of the League War. The army immediately took advantage of the efforts of the Black Knight and moved to the battlefield using the Divine Gates technique. A league is not just a union of nations. Because of its enormous size, it is impossible to respond to all military operations in time. Moreover, some people have more power over the league. But when the peace people whom the league is committed to protecting are in danger, this is a direct denial of the existence of the league. Not responding to this is already impossible. You, the terrorist who committed a serious violation, do not be surprised at our sudden intervention. I will repeat again. You little idiot aggravated the situation yourself, and now only you, the king of Orgol puppets, are guilty of your own death. Oh, you, Grand. I will not let it. Stella immediately intervened when Orgol tried to kill all the people with powerful equipment. Stella's left hand still held the Orgol threads that he had tried to kill her a little earlier. Pulling the strings sharply toward him, Orgul's right hand, tied to them, stretched forward towards Stella. Haza. With a wave of levitine, Stella cut off his right hand to his forearm. A grimace of pain immediately distorts his face. Having lost his right hand, Orgol is forced to defend himself from Stella's attacks with the only surviving left hand. However, such resistance did not last long. Fiercely flapping wings of fire, Stella incinerated his left hand to the very elbow. Stella is not done yet. Quickly accepting the stance, she made a wide circular horizontal sweep of the levitine. Flash. And Stella's, levitine, cut off both legs of Orgulu. Orgol completely lost all limbs and, under the influence of gravity, began to fall to the ground. However, he managed to avoid a complete fall. Stella firmly grabbed his chest and lifted him up. I understood. I got it. I give up. Give up. I will never do anything wrong again. Please do not kill me. I do not want to die. I do not want to die. Good, Stella answered shortly to Orgol's pleas. And this man will decide your fate. He will save your life, if, of course, he believes your delirium, shouted Stella, tossing Orgol's body into the sky with all her might. Under the power of the dragon, Orgol flew high up into the sky. It was there that he was to realize the meaning of the words just spoken by Stella and see the golden brilliance quickly approaching him. This sparkle. Johan. The big circus. From the divine gates, instantly a knight appeared, sitting on a large fighting golden horse. With the speed of a fired arrow, he was approaching Orgol. Johann Christoph von Kolbrand, Prince of Kledland, embroiled in a series of assassinations of the King of Puppets. Right now, with the support of Lunay's Vermilion, who was sitting behind him on a war horse, he was eager to avenge murdered friends, family members, and his servants. Orgol certainly tried to defend himself. Dirty, covered in blood, he tried to resist to the last. Damn, I have no arms, no legs. But it was too late. He has nothing to defend. And there are no people who could protect him. A selfish person who enjoyed the destruction and violence. The moment of reckoning nevertheless came for him. No, 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 I do not want to die, Orgol shouted piercingly. But it's over. His scream did not sound too long. The spear, the knight quickly approaching, stuck into Orgol's wide-open mouth and smashed his head into small pieces. The body of Orgul, whose head was blown up by a knight in the sky, hovered for a short while in the air and immediately flew back to the ground under the attentive stares of Johann, Stella, and other people on the battlefield. Touching the ground, the body scattered into small pieces of meat throughout the district. Dark red pieces of flesh, a pool of blood. These remains were proof that a person died before their eyes and not a puppet Ryzen Haraga. This is victory. Did they really kill the devil? The answer to this question was received from the inhabitants of Kledland, who slowly began to move away from the manipulating equipment of Orgul. Oh. Moving. I can move my body myself. Really? freedom, Johan-sama saved us all. The effect of the puppet theater, which forbade the consciousness of a person to control his own body, was asleep after Orgol's death. Residents of Cledland, who had been manipulated for a long time, began to rejoice at regaining control of their own. Their gaze immediately fell on the mixed forces, consisting of the army of Vermilion and the Knights Mages of the League. Sirius-sama, residents of Vermilion. Ah, so it was they who dealt with the king of the puppets and scattered his technique. Yes, probably it was. Hey, listen. Suddenly, over the battlefield, there was a loud cry from the commentator, whose helicopter was shot down by Orgol. Coughing loudly, Boomer screamed into the microphone. This son of a bitch shot down my helicopter. Well, okay. After the Crimson Princess gave Johann Christoph von Kolbrand a powerful slap in the face, he came to his senses and smashed the bastard's head. The body of the king of puppets has turned into a pile of stuffing. No rescue team needed. No doubt this bastard is 100% dead. Usually my work comes to an end when one of the participants surrenders, but this time the whole opposing team is dead. Well, then it remains to summarize the results to viewers. The battle between the Crimson Princess and the Puppet King is over. The winner is the Crimson Princess. The team from Cledland completely lost the participants. Therefore, victory in this war is gained the Vermilion Empire. The loud roar of victory echoed over the sky of Lucerne. The inhabitants of Vermilion shed tears of happiness from the fact that they managed to avoid the death of an entire nation. The inhabitants of Cledland were greatly relieved that the horror was left behind. Watching such a beautiful picture, Stella finally allowed herself to take a breath and relax her shoulders. Stella-chan. A golden horse descended from heaven right in front of her. Johanni. The golden horse, flickering, turned into gold dust, which was quickly scattered by the wind. All that remains of him is Johann and Lunais. Leaning on Lunais' shoulder, Johann went to Stella and bowed. Thank you, Stella-chan. Thanks to you I could avenge everyone. Thank you very much. Well, in this situation you were powerless. I had to help you. Haha, really. I was very sorry. I could not protect anyone. My father, my mother, my friends, my subjects. Unable to restrain themselves, Johann sobbed. In this war, he lost the most. Heartache so simply does not disappear after revenge. But you managed to protect Lunais, said Stella. Needless to say, you failed to protect anyone. No matter how much you cry or regret, the dead will not come back to life. But they always keep an eye on us. They all saw how you, Johann, selflessly got rid of the control of the Puppet King and killed him. Somewhere up there high, Luke and the others loudly swear at you for continuing to blame yourself for powerlessness. They were incredibly good people. I will always remember their kindness, and it hurts so much. I understand. But now I'm all alone. Johann is not alone. And I could not protect all the inhabitants of Vermilion. Even now, after the death of Orgul, my heart is very hard. But I am not alone. After all, we all have people who are ready to support you in difficult times, said Stella, glancing at Lunais, who still supported Johann. She did not answer her gaze, so Stella again looked at Johann. A thank. Why did he thank her? However, this is not important. Stella's words were able to breathe a little life into Johann's gaze. Thank me after you settle everything here. Cledland residents are still confused. I don't think that soon it will be easy for you, but still, I believe that you will succeed, Johanni. I understand. Lunais-san promised to help me. Now we need to go. Good luck. Stella watched the couple until they completely disappeared into the crowd of people. It's over, Stella said, looking up. Perhaps her words were addressed to people who closely watched their battle high in the sky. Row, row, row forward, slowly along the river. There are no happier people in the world, just as long as you don't look for. A voice that sounded like a gust of wind shook the atmosphere from nowhere. Stella's entire body trembled sharply with chills, as if all her blood had turned into cold water. Impossible. This voice should not sound. The owner of this voice died. Everyone saw his death. Row, row, row forward, slowly along the river. But if suddenly there is a crocodile, immediately scream. In a panic, Stella looked around to once again look at the corpse of the owner of the voice. Orgol is dead. As expected. His limbs are cut off. The head is crushed. After a hard landing on the ground, all its organs are scattered around. He is without a doubt dead. But for some reason, his dead body sprang up. Row, row, row forward, slowly along the river. But if you meet a spider, then immediately laugh. His headless body, crushed into pieces and devoid of limbs, rows, and pieces of the scattered meat, and debris with force, came to the dead body with threads. The revived corpse immediately hostilely began to move its hands. Johan ni, cried Stella, sensing mortal danger. And Stella, close. Frantically reducing the distance, Stella rushed to Johan and Lunays, in the direction of which the attack of the enemy rushed. Silver threads, tearing the air, met with Stella's Levitine, who put up her sword as a shield. Grog. Stella felt a shock of terrible power by Levitine. Despite the fact that it was still thin threads, it seemed to her that they hit her sword with a heavy, heavy iron hammer. Thanks to the power of the dragon, Stella managed to stand on her feet. But a blow of such strength instantly knocked all the air out of her lungs, and the recoil ran through her body with a painful spasm. Now Stella would take a break and temporarily leave the stage, but this was not possible. New threads are on the way. The first, second, third, fourth. Frantically waving a sword, Stella beat off one thread after another. Their power did not decrease at all. Stella, with the strength of the dragon, hardly managed to take their blows. Incredible destructive power, if Stella misses at least one. Imagining the scary paintings in her head, Stella frantically beat the threads. But she missed something and noticed too late. Heck. Each time Stella beat off another spiritual thread, she, materializing a new one, entangled her body. Clutching every part of her body tightly, the threads sank painfully into her flesh. Stella tried, as before, to get rid of all the threads, but why are they so strong? To her great horror, the Orgol threads, which Stella calmly tore with the help of the dragon's power, did not yield. What the heck? Stella, cried Sirius, noticing something was amiss. He and other people on the battlefield immediately ran to her aid. Back, do not dare to approach me. In a voice close to the scream, Stella refused support. The strength of Orgul's tightly tightening threads was much stronger than before. Other people are too dangerous to approach her. Stella's decision was correct. King of puppets Orgol, blazer that manipulates the world at will with the help of threads from the shadow. His real strength was not revealed in battle. However, this does not mean at all that his strength is not worth attention. Do not forget that only he can control all the inhabitants of any country. Now think about what happens if a huge number of alleged victims for the collection come together in one place. What happens if this person turns into a puppet himself and begins to control all this power alone? The answer to this question was before Stella. The trump card ability of the King of Orgol puppets. The worst and most disgusting technique on Earth that can only be activated after death. All evil intentions, seeking to bear pain and destruction, spread even after death. All this hate, all its embodiment, will materialize again. The name of this technology, Games of the Dead. Well, the time has come for the finale. Chapter 24. Tears of a corpse. The remains of Orgul slowly rose from the ground. The scattered pieces of meat crawled along the ground and began to gather together in one pile. All of them were sewn together with threads. Those pieces that were not suitable for use were replaced with ordinary cobblestones and other garbage. As a result, Orgol completely regained his human appearance. Even his smashed head took on its former form. Stella-chan, this is terrible. A nice little boy shed tears and asked you to save his life. But you still killed him, Orgol began mockingly. You are a killer, the same as me, ah ha ha. Even in the most terrible fantasies, Stella could not imagine that the killed enemy could again stand up. She was not ready for a sudden counterattack, and now fell directly into his trap. I'm not that, you're the first, Stella croaked in response to Orgol's mockery. This man attacked Cledland and brought war to the lands of her homeland. How could she save his life after all done? What? Do you want to speculate on which killings are right and which are not? I always thought the killings were all the same, but you think differently, right? You're sure that you always acted correctly, and I am wrong. But Stella-chan, mind you, you killed me first. Does this mean that your killing is also wrong? Ah ha ha. Orgol laughed at his words he had just spoken. What are you talking about? Ha ha. All this time, Orgol restrained Stella with threads from his right hand. Waving his left hand, he began to sew various garbage to create a doll. Blue and red buttons, white hair, apparently made from strands of mop. This doll was very similar to him. Slowly moving the doll towards him, Orgol opened his mouth again. You will have to wait until I have done all the necessary actors for the puppet show. By the way, it will be called The Bloody Cross. This performance will tell you the story of a poor boy who was born in a small village. 15 years ago, on the outskirts of France, in a village surrounded on all sides by mountains and forests, a boy was born. His name was Orlius Goal. His father ran a small restaurant in the village. The institution did not bring much wealth, but thanks to agriculture, their life was quiet and peaceful. A strong father whom any resident in the village could trust in, kind mother with a beautiful voice, cool big sister always looking after him. Favorable conditions for a happy childhood. But the boy was not happy. Because the things that brought joy to ordinary people did not cause any feelings in him. The boy felt truly happy only when someone was in pain or suffering. The boy noticed this when he was 3 years old. It was at this age that he began to mock his friends and made them cry. He had so much fun that he became addicted to such leprosy. The boy wanted to mock them even more in order to feel even happier. If the adults had not stopped him, one of his friends might have died. It was after this that the boy harbored anger at his kind parents and elder sister. After all, his good parents, writhing angry faces and screaming, strongly flogged him, despite all the tears. Even the beloved Nissan, who usually stood up for him, this time did not react to his tears. And not just family, good uncle who treated him to sweets, Sister Yui telling many interesting stories, the boy did not expect all adults to make such terrible faces. It was at that moment that the whole world turned upside down for him. After learning a tough lesson, the boy realized that the things that made him happy were actually wrong. From that day on, the boy locked in himself all the old sources of joy and began desperately to practice the right things that his parents taught him. He carefully watched people and tried to do what people wanted of him. The boy perfectly got used to the role of the right, kind child, whom his parents and all other adults so wanted to see in him. After some time, he became a favorite for every resident in the village. He even managed to make peace with all his old friends and become their only and best friend. The environment around the boy, who was again loved by all the inhabitants in the village, was again filled with smiles. But inside himself, the boy felt only severe stress. After all, he remembered his true source of joy. In order not to be hated again by all, the boy, not sharing universal happiness, continued to smile like a doll. Every day without a break for several years. In the end, the boy could not stand it and something broke inside him. At first, he stopped feeling the taste. Then he ceased to perceive colors. Everything became monotonous for him. He could no longer sleep at night. A little later, he became aware that, due to the intense stress that he had been experiencing all this time, his brain atrophied by about 20%. But he did nothing. The boy knew that if he tried to return the old joy, the world would turn over again and be punished again. It was at this time that the strength of a blazer arose in the boy. Perhaps it was a gift of fate. The boy gained the ability to puppeteer, which allows you to control the brain of any victim using steel threads similar to nerves. It was this power that saved the boy. He realized that he would be able to regain his former joy, and that no one of their inhabitants would punish him. And even if it's wrong, the boy could no longer live his former life. He began to use his abilities for wrong purposes. So that no one suspects something in his village, the boy stretched his threads to the neighboring city. He began to control the bodies of the inhabitants and maim them. He rubbed his confidence in the children and mocked them. Thanks to him, happy families began to collapse. Using threads, the boy read the feelings of each resident. He changed their manner of behavior, actions. With his power, violence swept the city. Pain, sadness, despair before killing loved ones. All these sweet emotions were transmitted through threads into his atrophied brain. The boy felt himself come to life. He was very, very pleased. For the first time in a long time, he was finally able to truly feel happy. But those days did not last long. Once his abilities were noticed by a man who was investigating the strange chaos that swept the city. His wrong actions again became apparent. This person personally came for him. It happened in the evening. That day was his birthday. The celebration was supposed to be in the church, but since it was he who was the birthday man, he was not allowed into the church so that he would not see all the holiday preparations in advance. Therefore, Orlius decided, as usual, to go to the outskirts of the village and walk along the riverbank. Only here he could have fun. After all, soon, a party will begin on the occasion of his birthday. He will again have to endure and like a doll radiating from happiness and smiling. Therefore, in order to make yourself happy in advance and come to the holiday truly happy, Orlius decided to play in that city again. He was so playing with dolls that he later noticed how a stranger in a black cloak went down the side of the river and headed straight for him under the bridge. It was too late for a response. Orlius's small body was roughly grabbed by the breasts and lifted up. What? Orlius panicked when he was roughly pressed against a stone bridge pylon. He raised his face up and got scared. After all, the eyes of a man who looked down at him shone with wild animal fire. There was little human in this view. Who is this person? Recently, the number of attacks in this region has risen sharply. Public safety has deteriorated sharply. I investigated all this chaos and realized that this was the work of someone else's hands, said the stranger, looking at the pale Orlius. Boy, your strength can help the rebellion destroy this world full of lies. You have to come with me, Orlius Goal. And no. Although he didn't understand even half of the stranger's words, Orlius just caught the fact that the stranger knew his. Doll games. Everything is very bad. If he tells someone about it in the village, the whole world will again turn upside down for him. He was very scared that someone would find out about his leprosy. It was at this moment that he decided to use the puppet's abilities to shut his mouth to this man. But useless. Our abilities have some similarities, but your ability will never be able to make physical contact with me, Wallenstein. No matter how the boy tried to tie his threads to his nerves and restrain him, his threads only glided over the surface of this person's body. Meanwhile, the man pressed him harder against the stone support. The strong ones rule this world. You have no right to refuse me. If you want to fight me, I will kill you. The man's hand pressed strongly on the boy's chest, and he began to choke. Thanks to this violence, Orlius realized that the man was not just threatening him. Just as he himself had mocked the children a little earlier, this man really intended to kill him. You please don't kill me. I don't want to die. But in the eyes of the man, there was not the slightest compassion. The situation was very different from when his parents punished him. "I do not want to die. Please do not kill me." To all these miserable requests, the one-armed swordsman Wallenstein rounded his eyes in surprise. "Hee hee, ha 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 ha." Wallenstein burst out laughing. "Boy, do you want to live." Unaware of the meaning of Wallenstein's words, Orlius muttered in response. "I got it. I changed my mind." After these carelessly thrown words, Wallenstein abruptly released the boy, and he crashed to the ground. "Boy, I give you the right to choose. In a week I will return to this village again. If you remain the only survivor in this village, I will take you to the uprising. But if at least someone survives, I personally will kill everyone. And you too." At that moment, a huge sword appeared in his empty hand, waving them lightly. "I'll kill everyone." He cut a stone bridge. The stone bridge immediately fell into the river and raised a pillar of spray. It was at that moment that the boy realized that a person would really kill everyone. Standing in front of me, Wallenstein will certainly fulfill his word. The boy will not be able to escape from him. The village police will not be able to oppose anything against him. Even a strong Nissan is useless. I can't accept your choice. Kill everyone or take death with everyone. This is far from the choice that small children can cope with. But, "Ahaha, that's not true." Wallenstein burst out laughing at Orlius's cry. "You will certainly make the right choice. Before making contact with you, I watched your life for a long time. You were born in a happy and kind family where everyone loved you. Such distortions in your soul could not germinate in such an environment. Therefore, only one thing remains. You were born a pure evil." No, I'm not bad. Do not get me wrong. I do this because I want to save you. Land. Think about it this week and make a choice. From whose hands do you want to die? Mine or the inhabitants of your village? I am sure that the correct answer will be born in your head. The one-armed swordsman Wallenstein disappeared in front of the boy. But he promised that he would return in a week. Trembling with fear of death, the boy ran away from this place. But where to run? Where to escape? Should he warn adults? To love a family, to love a neighbor, to love friends. These right things were instilled in him from childhood. Right now, there will be a birthday party at the church. Everyone loves him, so every resident will come to church. Right, it will be convenient there to tell everyone about the impending danger. But, in addition to adults, there will be children at the party. If he talks directly during the celebration, it can create a panic and scare them. There is still a lot of time. This man gave him a whole week. Only adults should hear his story. The boy was smart enough, so he decided to wait until the end of the party, when the adults start cleaning. Children will go home, and he will be able to calmly tell everything to adults. The party on the occasion of his birthday proceeded as Orlius thought. All the villagers gathered in the church to congratulate him. They gave him presents, sang songs, laughed. He seemed to be the son of the whole village at the same time. "I'm glad you were born. I am very proud of you. We are so happy that we have you." All the people who surrounded the boy smiled dazzlingly at him. Except for the boy himself. On this day, even pretending to be a burden. His beloved Nissan immediately noticed something was amiss and asked what was happening to him. The boy shook his head and began to assure her that he was fine, but still it was difficult for him to smile. An endless stream of congratulations throbbed in his head and caused pain. Think about it this week and make a choice. From whose hands do you want to die? Mine or the inhabitants of your village? Exactly, the boy finally got it. For the first time in his life, he met a man who was not going to scold his wrong actions. On the contrary, he even sympathized with the boy. All this time, Orlius did not live. The opportunity to live the way he wanted was taken away from him in his childhood. All the villagers tried to instill in him things that were considered right. But they did not please the boy. People deceived him, pretended to love him. It was all of them who took the real life from him. It was at this moment that the boy's mind sank into despair. A strong sense of hatred rose in his heart. I hate my parents who insisted that they loved me, but actually they were slowly killing me. I hate my Nissan, who said she would always be on my side, but also killed me. I hate all these people who deprived me of happiness when forced to follow the right things. I hate this whole false world that forbids me to be happy. Suddenly the boy laughed. His sister, who had been beside him all this time, was the first to notice a nasty smile on his face. Thank you, everybody. I am the happiest person in the world. After all, I love so many people. All your wishes for all the best are dear to me, so I decided. Today I will make the best day of my life. Without stopping smiling, he said. Thus, the boy destroyed everyone in the village. For each person, he chose a special, sophisticated method of killing. All this was like he had finally let out all the long-accumulated anger out. This birthday was the happiest in his life. After he killed absolutely everyone, the boy immediately went to the rebellion. In the form of a puppet show, Orgol completely recreated his birthday. Having finished the performance, he immediately asked Stella, "Hey, Stella-chan, you still believe that your actions were not wrong, but what is the difference between us? I killed for my happiness, and you wanted to protect your own happiness, so you used a weapon that you considered right and killed me without any hesitation. I do not see any difference between us, Stella-chan." Grog. Orgol moved his right hand. His threads, responding to his movements, even more firmly dug into the body of Stella. Threads tore her flesh, crushed bones, pinched the airways. Stella's face instantly turned dark red. Stella was desperately trying to resist the threads, which were firmly stuck in her neck. But the enemy entangled her whole body, and she could not reach her neck with her hands. "Stella, wait, we will help you now," shouted the troops of Vermilion and the night magicians of the League. Together they ran straight to her. But, too loud. All help, desperately running for help, collapsed to the ground. All their bodies were finely chopped into pieces. To those who saw this terrible sight, it might seem that Orgol cut them with steel threads. But this is not true. He applied the gravitational pull of the fate of the desperate, just like Edelweiss on top of Edelberg. After the Game of the Dead ability was activated, Orgol's power changed. He became much stronger than Stella. Not one simple person could not defeat. The desperate, challenging him, they automatically signed up for their death. If you cannot take the next step and overcome your destiny, then it is better to stay still in place. An isolated zone surrounded him. Glancing at the pile of flesh at his feet, Orgol sighed in displeasure and opened his mouth. Right. In our world, too few people can manage their own lives. Society itself decides what is right and what is not. It substantiates its behavior with ethics and laws and prevents people from living a full life. But I opened my eyes. All these right things are actually real violence that wants to subjugate all the wrong ones people. I agree with the words of Wallenstein Sensei that our world is full of lies. The strong dominate the weak. This is the true truth in this world. Even people who consider themselves good continue to oppress people who are considered bad. Having realized the real truth, I decided for himself to fight this world with all his might. After all, every creature has the right to happiness. The only chance for happiness is the struggle. Good Stella-chan, bravely fighting against 3 members of the Akatsuki Academy. Brave Stella-chan, desperately fighting for the life of her nation, all this is so noble. But you are a killer, Stella-chan. You are a hypocrite the same as my Nissan. You know, I really like to watch the full moon, which follows the rules and appears only at night. But what happens if she will confuse her schedule? I am sure she will be very happy. Orgol, putting even more power into his right hand, forced the threads to squeeze Stella even harder. Stella, which already suffered from a lack of oxygen, could not resist. Like an insect caught in a web, Stella's pale limbs hung powerlessly to the ground, and the last light of light began to fade in his eyes. A little more, and the threads cut through her flesh, cut the bone and decapitate her. But before that happened, you made your choice and decided to become our enemy. A knight appeared in Orgol's field of vision, moving along the remains of fallen soldiers. With the speed of a fired arrow, he thrust his dark blade into Orgol's forehead. This lightning strike, without a doubt it was the first secret blade, Segaki. Therefore, do not make yourself a victim. This is disgusting. The knight who defeated the BB and the Black Knight reappeared on the battlefield. Ikki Kuragain looked at the enemy with a face full of disgust and hatred. But Orgol, pierced by his katana, on the contrary, was delighted with his appearance. Ah ha ha, I was waiting for you, mediocre knight. I believed that you, Ikki Kuragain, would definitely appear here. Huh. When Orgol continued to live even after a penetrating wound to the head, Ikki immediately realized that such attacks against him were useless. Before Orgol responded, Ikki hit him on the shoulders, pulled out the blade, and jumped back into the distance. So you control your dead body now. What an unpleasant ability. Ah ha ha, right. This technique is especially unpleasant against you, Ikki-kun. Unlike his sister Iris, a direct blow with a blade did not inflict a mortal wound on Orgol. I heard from the commentator the result of your battle. You managed to defeat the knight, who occupies the 4th place in strength in the world. I didn't even think that you could win. Although, judging by the comments, you scored the victory with difficulty. Well, how are you feeling, Ikki-kun? How does it feel to be a killer like me? Disgusting. Ah ha ha, you're exaggerating. I am stating a fact, Ikki answered, without any reaction to Orgol's mockery. I and Ascarid-san, we chose our own path in life, and we're ready to die for it. The responsibility for the outcome of the battle lies entirely with me. Armed with a blade, I was determined in that battle. No, I was determined when I embarked on the path of a night mage. Death as a result of battle. The chances of death are the same for both me and my opponent. This is a fact, you just have to put up with it. I am ready to grieve, ready to mourn her death, but never regret. It was my decision to kill Ascarid-san. I am not going to deceive anyone and say that her death was necessary for the common good. Ah ha ha, I'm sick of the fact that we are standing on the same ground. I hate you, Ikki-kun. After all, killing is one of the funniest things in this world. Orgol answered Ikki's words in a bored tone. For a moment, the smile faded on his face, but he soon grinned again. Even if I was bored, I still killed you. All this time I have been waiting for this. If I kill you before Stella's eyes, I wonder what her reaction will be. His right hand still held back Stella. Therefore, he extended his left hand to Ikki and made a gesture as if he was about to click with his thumb and middle finger. This is a movement. As you know, Grand Jignal is a technique that attacks across a square. She spins a web around me and kills everyone. In our last meeting, you neutralized this technique with Ito Rezetsu, but now you are too exhausted after the fight with Nissan. Especially after my death, I became much stronger. I no longer need to worry about my body. So what, Ikki-kun? How do you want to prevent my attack now? Immediately after these words, Orgol put in a click. Grand Jignal. Deafening sound. Having received the signal, his device, which formed a shield in front of him from many threads, weakened the tension between the threads. 1,000 sharp strands of blades fired in all directions. The total number of threads was striking, but with the help of dynamic visual acuity, Ikki could track the trajectory of each. In addition, Ikki did not see this technique for the first time, so he knew its blind spot. Land surface. Orgulit's Grand Jignal is a technique that attacks across a square. Despite the fact that 1,000 threads are produced right away, they all have a linear path. The power of each thread is much less, because the force is distributed equally on each thread. Threads can cut human flesh, but they are not strong enough to cut stones. Ikki quickly jumped into a hole located not far from him. The battlefield was still the administrative district, where Stella and Orgol had fought fiercely before. The whole territory was covered with pits and crevices. But, what about them? Apparently Orgol assumed that Ikki would do something similar. Looks like you, Ikki-kun, hid well. What about all those people behind you? You don't mind when I dust them. Mockery. Ikki's act led directly to a tragic result. After all, there are still many Cledland residents and soldiers in a daze after Orgol's intimidation. They are not able to defend themselves against this technique. To be cut into pieces, such an inevitable outcome awaited each of them. Did Ikki not think and condemn them to death? No, Ikki did not protect them because it was not necessary. Suddenly, the blades changed their path immediately before cutting the first victim into pieces. Orgul's face was greatly surprised when his grand jignal, instead of shredding people, flew over their heads and rushed high into the sky. Was any of them capable of defense? No, this could not be. The thread turned from its previous trajectory without any resistance, as if space itself was distorted in front of them. Only one knight in the world possessed such power. Is she here too? Orgol muttered in surprise and looked up. On one of Stella's dilapidated skyscrapers, a small figure stood with its back to the moon. Princess Yaksha. Orgol made a big mistake when he looked away from the enemy. Ikki, immediately taking advantage of the chance, jumped out of the pit and cut off Orgulu's right hand, thereby freeing Stella from the strong embrace of the thread. Udzik. Grand jignal is a kind of throwing your own shield. After you use this technique, you will become vulnerable for a while. You managed to cut off my hand. I hope you don't get too smug after that. Ikki freed Stella from the hard-drinking threads of Orgul. But due to severe fractures, Stella cannot move. Her mind is clouded due to a lack of oxygen. An ordinary knight will need at least a day to recover. Even Stella, with the healing power of the dragon, needs a minute to recover. The same was true for Princess Yakshi Nene Seikyo, who, although she arrived on the battlefield, was in no hurry to intervene in the battle. I know why she is not fighting. She had been following Orgol's movements all this time. This helped her at the last moment to squeeze the last forces out of her body and save those people. She's too exhausted for a new fight. Of course, after all, not so long ago, she had to fight with Kabub, the strongest mercenary, ranking 5th in strength in the world. Princess Yaksha is not very good at defense and attack at the same time. Therefore, she chose protection. More precisely, I forced her to make this choice when he dodged enemy technology. Until Stella regains consciousness, the only person who is able to stop Orgul is me, the incompetent knight of Ikki Kuragain. 1 minute to recover. This is too much time. After the fight with Nisan, he was very exhausted. He could not hold out, thought Orgul, attaching his severed arm back to his body with the help of threads. Now I am much stronger than Stella-chan. If you can, try to defeat me. Now I can do anything. Without being distracted by the containment of Stella, Orgul released long threads from the fingers of both hands. He concentrated all his magic in threads to make them more powerful. Threads flying freely along any trajectory were like whips. Whatever they touched, everything was cut by them. Even stones and buildings. Without Princess Yaksha, this place would have turned into a sea of blood. Even for Ikki, who had already used it Rezetsu, these threads were deadly. One hit, and his life will be interrupted. Many threads attacked Ikki without interruption. But, despite the fact that it was difficult to track thin, sharp threads with an eye, Ikki managed to dodge all continuous attacks no matter how Orgul would strongly wave his hands. He could not even cut the hair from Ikki's head. Why? Indeed, now on the side of Orgul, an advantage in power and speed. Why can't I shred that guy who has to be very exhausted? Orgul's disappointment knew no bounds. But this is an ordinary fact. There is nothing to be done about it. In his movements, there is neither skill nor strategy. Orgul simply randomly waving threads at high speed. Repeated battles with a knight with the power of Iris would be dangerous for Ikki, but Orgol is just an amateur. No matter how much force he puts into the power and speed of his attack, he will not even be able to touch Ikka. Mediocre knight on a completely different level. Many people tried to overcome the pinnacle of excellence, but only Ikki succeeded and reached the level of the sword god. Orgol was an ordinary lover. He lacked skill, so he did not even try to understand why his attacks did not hit this enemy. Even more annoyed, Orgol's movements only got rougher, and this provided an excellent opportunity for counterattack Ikki. And the course of the battle changed dramatically when Ikki counterattacked. Not fearing the attacks of Orgol, Ikki rushed to him. The power of Orgol, increased after the Game of the Dead, was terrifying, but Ikki was already used to resisting powerful techniques that were able to instantly kill him. He did not even feel pressure. After all his life Ikki only fought in battles where his life was at stake. Slipping through the intervals of Orgol's attacks, Ikki attacked and further damaged Orgol's dead body. Although Orgol's body was immediately restored after every attack, Ikki took complete control of the battle. Awesome, Groomsan seized the initiative. He manages to withstand the attacks of the Puppet King, even at such a short distance. He managed to defeat the Black Knight. He will win now. While Ikki continued to fight against Orgol, the wounded soldiers began to recover and rise from the ground. Without taking their eyes off the battle, they were desperately rooting for the duel of the F-rank knight. Orgol's face became even more displeased. What's wrong with this guy? His magical power is at 0. He is weakened after Ito Rezetsu. His physical strength is far from in the best shape. Why does he keep fighting? I cannot believe that he will be able to defeat me. But a feeling rising from the heart, along with icy sweat, right exactly when the world turned upside down for me. I know it. Is it really fear? Fear of a spectacle beyond comprehension. The most hated feeling for Orgol. Do not bury yourself. You are just a small fish that I will crumble, cried Orgol, trying to get rid of that feeling. He stamped his right foot so hard that he split the ground with his foot. However, Orgol did not stop there. His toes released a web of thread. The rotating arena. A circle with a radius of 10 meters around it was covered with cobwebs, the threads of which continuously moved and twisted. An enemy stepping on its web immediately slips and falls. But not Ikki. And Ikki was not at all bothered that the leg support was constantly moving. His body has been tempered in dozens of workouts. Moving calmly along a moving support, Ikki again began to attack the defenseless Orgol, who was focused on supporting his equipment. Ikki's pace did not slow down even after the enemy's sudden technique. Spectators of his battle could not hold back loud applause when a magnificent fight took place in front of their eyes. Not only that, Stella's face paled even more as she watched Ikki fight. This pallor was associated not only with anemia due to a lack of oxygen. Anxiety. She felt the battle draw to a close. Of course, the skill of Ikki allowed us to seize the initiative in this battle. His strength, as always, shocked. However, even such an incredible fighter cannot fight forever. Ikki has already used Ito Rezetsu in the battle against the Black Knight. This devilish technique in exchange for tremendous power took away all physical and magical power. The fact that Ikki is still able to somehow fight is not normal. He did something with his body, and this helped him to fight again on the battlefield. But he does not move well, but this is not due to fatigue. Stella read Ikki Kurigane better than anyone else. The movements of Ikki, which caused stormy applause, were far from ideal. He managed to trick everyone, but Stella immediately noticed that his attacks lacked speed. And not just speed. It all looked as if Ikki's physical characteristics had fallen dramatically. Surely all this because he squeezed the last crumbs of power out of his body. But this cannot go on forever. Ikki resembled a cinder candle that was about to go out. Move, come on. Indeed, in a minute it will be too late. Stella was desperate to restore all the functions of her body. But being close to death, even Dragon's metabolism couldn't restore her body so quickly. And this moment has come. How annoying it is. Why don't you just stop resisting? Just poking me with your blade, you will not be able to defeat me. You know that, yes. I understand this better than anyone else, but I'm not aiming to defeat you, Ikki answered Orgol's annoying words. Having exchanged a remark with the enemy, Ikki immediately turned to Stella. Stella, you are welcome. Listen to me carefully. Interrupted for a second, he continued his words. Right now, I will die here. Stella, I think you yourself know how this battle will end. Sorry, but I can't defeat him in any way. I have no strength for this. All I can do now is buy some time for your recovery. Unfortunately, this is just 1 minute, but I believe that this is enough for you. That's why he stubbornly continues to fight all this minute. I'm sorry that I cannot keep my promise I made you yesterday, but I want you to know something. Stella, I am very happy that I met you. Continuing to fight Orgol, Ikki continued to speak words that directly flowed from his heart. That day we met with you at the Hagun Academy. We loved each other and did not stop competing with each other. That is why I managed to become so strong, all that I have achieved in my life, only thanks to you, Stella. I have never regretted the day I met you. After all the time spent with you is the greatest treasure for me. How proud was he of meeting her? Surely strong. After all, even on the verge of death, Ikki did not stop smiling happily. Therefore, Stella, whatever happens in the future, I hope you will not regret meeting me. Please do not think that this was a mistake. After all, in the end, I am not the only one who became stronger after that meeting. Ikki believed that Stella had the same feelings as him. It was this faith that helped him to hold Intetsu tightly in his hands. Show me the power of a knight whom I loved so much. We met and became stronger. We ourselves paved the way for this. Focus. Until the promised minute, you need to hold on for another 15 seconds. He is obligated to protect his beloved at the cost of his life. I think simply so, I will be able to accept. Words WRDSA, yelled Stella. Her powerful voice tore the atmosphere above the battlefield. What is this guy talking about? For the first time in her life, Stella felt very angry. Feelings so overwhelmed her that her head was ready to explode. I will not let it. I will not allow what this man has just said. After all, you promised me. What you will surely survive. You made a promise with a kiss. Move, get moving, get moving, get moving. Stella did not stop investing all her strength in motionless limbs. Move, get moving, get moving. God, please, come on, I just have to get up. Unfortunately, pleas were in vain. No matter how hard Stella hit her hips, her legs refused to move. She didn't even feel any pain. Sensitivity did not return to her legs. Staying in disheveled feelings, Stella watched the battle in desperation. Ay. Could not contain the new cry of Stella when the course of the battle changed again. 50 seconds later, Ikki's movements deteriorated even more. Surprisingly, he still has not received damage. Autophagy energy production is an extremely dubious method. The energy received cannot be compared with the power of the king of Orgol puppets. It was only because of her incredible concentration that Ikki managed to hold out for so long. But everything comes to an end. The last drop of fuel is consumed. Ikki's legs, as if petrified, abruptly stopped in place under an incessant flurry of attacks. Orgol immediately noticed and seized the opportunity. The attack in his left hand pierced the heart of Ikki. However, Orgol did not feel that he was stuck in someone's flesh. The body of Ikka, which he pierced, turned into a haze and disappeared. Blend. Orgol did not expect the enemy to mislead him. The fourth secret sword, Sinkiro. The technique of Ikki, which, with the correct movement of the legs, created residual images and deceived the enemy. Before his legs stopped, Ikki put the rest of his strength into this technique. Realizing that he had been conducted, Orgol, with a displeased face, changed the position of his left hand and released sharp threads towards Ikki. However, even this movement was calculated by Ikki. He understood that Orgol's skill level was extremely low. Therefore, he again decides to attack with his own threads. Before Ikki's fuel was over, Ikki took the right position for Intetsu. The blade was pointed with an edge towards the enemy to cut 5 sharp threads. The force that easily held Stella, after touching the Intetsu, tore Ikki's body off the ground and threw it back. This is exactly what Ikki planned. He wanted to retreat from Orgol using his own strength. 1 minute of battle between Ikki and Orgol passed. Ikki Kuragain fulfilled his words. Having sentenced himself to death at the hands of the king of Orgol puppets, he won a minute of time. Stella could not help but answer Ikki's determination. As soon as her limbs fully recovered, Stella took advantage of the dragon's power and took control of the cardiopulmonary function of the body. By increasing the speed of blood flow, it forcibly distributed oxygen throughout the body. An ordinary knight would need all day to recover from dysfunction, but not Stella. She restored her motor skills, and powerfully pushing herself off the ground, ran at all speed to Ikki. "I'm coming." But at the same moment, Orgol turned to action. His right hand ripped open Ikki's chest. Orgol was far from stupid. At the moment when Ikki managed to evade the left chopping blow, the king of puppets released a thread and wrapped it around his real body. Ikki hoped to break the distance from the recoil of his blow, but he fell into a trap. Orgol sharply pulled his body to him and delivered a chopping blow with his right hand. Driving the strings deep into Ikki's body, Orgol sharply pulled them out. Immediately after that, Ikki's chest exploded from the inside. The pectoral muscles and diaphragm are torn to shreds. Internal organs rushed to the ground with blood. Irreparable destruction of the human body. "I love you, Stella." Before falling into a pool of blood and flesh, the last words of the homeless knight Ikki Kuragain are spread over the battlefield. Even before death, a happy smile did not disappear from his face. Ikki crashed to the ground at the feet of Orgol. His insides are scattered on the ground, and the pool of blood under his body quickly grew. Ha 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 ha, burst out laughing Orgol Puppet King, unable to restrain himself from this terrifying sight. He tried to fight, but the result still came out as I planned. All his resistance was in vain. What a beautiful view. Ah ha 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 ha. Without stopping laughing loudly, Orgol began to energetically trample the insides of Ikki scattered at his feet. With particular effort, he crushed each organ one after another. Finally, his foot touched the back of Ikki's neck. "Hey, Stella-chan, do you like this sight?" asked Orgol to Stella, who did not have time to come to the aid of Ikki. Facing an unacceptable reality, Stella's face did not reflect a single emotion. The protective mechanism of the psyche worked, so for a while it lost its sensitivity. Slowly staggering gait, Stella walked to the body of Ikki, which turned into a bloody mess. "Oh, what a pity. You don't seem to like the current look of Ikki-kun," said Orgol, refusing to leave his body. "Stella-chan, if you had not lost sight of the fact that I could get up even after death, Ikki-kun would not have made a mistake and did not die. Although no, I would rather put it differently. Stella-chan, do you understand that if you hadn't met Ikki-kun, he would still remain an ordinary F-rank knight, and would not have overtaken his fate to turn into a miserable corpse that is suitable only for dog food?" Cruel truth, revealing unacceptable reality. Orgol specifically drew attention to facts that could not be denied. "And it's all your fault, Stella-chan. You killed Ikki-kun," solemnly declared Orgol, and crushed the head of Ikki in front of Stella. "I do not." The skull was broken and brains flowed out. In addition to blood, the earth was wetted by brain fluid. This blow, he cut the last strand of sanity in Stella's head. A black square. Along with a deafening cry, a burning flame burst from Stella's body. It was powerful enough to burn heaven and bitter enough to break the hearts of all listeners. Scream, notifying that her consciousness is on the verge of destruction. Despair due to brutal reality, killing it from the inside. And in the end, GHAA, black, 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 haha. Black, 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 black. The collapse of consciousness began to manifest itself in a visible form. The cry of sorrow gradually turned into the roar of a monster, and the image of Stella reflected in the flame increasingly lost its humanity. A pair of large horns sprouted in the middle of the head, folded wings appeared behind the back, and a long, pointed tail extended from the tailbone. Excessive awakening, a phenomenon in which the appearance of the body took the real form of the soul, which cast off its humanity after reaching awakening. Without a doubt, such a transformation was caused by the destruction of her consciousness. At the sight of the new look of Stella, Nene Seikyu turned pale white. Excessive awakening is not the next step towards increasing the potential of a blazer. This phenomenon truly turns a person into a demon. A little earlier, Nene herself realized that such a force cannot be controlled. Everything is very bad. Such a huge amount of heat right in the center of a dense crowd. Run away faster. All run as far as possible, screamed Nene from her height to the people. But she immediately noticed that not everyone could fulfill her evacuation order. From a great height, she was perfectly provided with an overview of the inhabitants of Cledland. Many of them were injured. They cannot go far. On the other hand, Orgol instantly jumped from Stella's glowing heat. Ah ha ha ha, yes, how so good. This is the cry I expected from you, Stella-chan. I so wanted to see your grief. I dreamed of feeling your despair. Oh, how sweet and delicious. How great it is to continue living and enjoying all these feelings. Woe to Stella, who lost her lover. The despair of the inhabitants of Vermilion, who could only watch how their beloved Stella was destroying herself. The disappointment of Nene, trying unsuccessfully to deal with the situation. The confusion of people who did not understand where to run. All these feelings, mingling with each other, turned into pure chaos, which so pleased Orgawl. Come on, scream even louder, suffer even more. There has always been a broad, happy smile on your face. I want a smile like you. Even when Orgol massacred during his birthday, he didn't laugh so happily. This is unfair. Every creature in the world has the right to happiness. Everyone should laugh with the same radiant wide smile as Stella. Come on, cry even harder. More anger, more despair. Destroy everything that you tried to protect your whole life. This comedy, it will be a great start for a century of destruction and chaos. Great pain, despair. Orgol sought to subordinate all this to himself. Manipulate Stella threads. He wanted to make that decisive push, after which nothing could return. A little more, and he will manage to carry out his plan. The threads of Orgol could not reach Stella. At the time when Orgol was already close, Stella hit her head on the ground. After waiting a little while, Stella again began to furiously beat her head on the ground. Again and again. This behavior made her start to worry. Has she completely lost her ego during her excessive awakening? This was to be expected, because right before her eyes, a loved one died. But there was something else strange in her behavior, not entirely explainable. Now Stella was in a state far from calm, but the blazing heat, which had almost reached a critical point, sharply weakened its rage and intensity. Hey, this is not what I wanted, shouted Orgol, watching her from above. He hoped that emotions completely absorb Stella, and she will burn everything around her. After all, such a result is easy to assume, knowing the feelings of Stella that she is now experiencing. Stella's appearance is far from human. Black pigmented skin, a pattern in some parts of the body resembling a dragon's scales, wings, pointed tail, huge horns. All this transformation is caused by excessive awakening. But why Stella still has not begun to run amok? Hey, Ikki-kun died in a stupid battle trying to protect you, Stella-chan. He died only because of you. Don't you want to get angry? Do you want to cry and beg forgiveness? Are you so insensitive? Tried to provoke Stella or Goal once again. But, deceiver, didn't you promise me? Stella cried out from all of them. Her speech was ordinary, human. The roar of the monster has completely disappeared. Deceiver, didn't you promise me? The words shouted by Stella were not addressed to Orgul. After all, at the moment, she simply could not hear his voice. Then who was she yelling at? Whom did she scold? Before her eyes was only the dead body of her lover. A liar. Sorrow continuously flowed down her cheeks, and anger erupted in burning heat. Her angry gaze stared at the remains of Ikki, who had tragically died at the hands of the enemy. You promised you would survive. You said you won't let anyone stand next to me. Reproach. He did not restrain his communication. Ikki, you are a liar. I knew that there was a lot of suffering in this world. But so hard happened to me. It's hard for me to breathe, because of the sadness that overwhelmed me. The pain is tearing me apart. I can't restrain her. Can I just stop breathing? Then I will die sooner before this pain finishes me completely. How easy is it to deal with loss? If there was an opportunity to forget everything, how much would it take for this time? I hope you will not regret meeting me. Before his death, Ikki told me, I am very happy that I met you. I love you. No one forced him to utter all these words. Unforgivable. If you loved me so much, you should know how it feels to be alone. I just wanted you to love me and continue to live. I just wanted you to not leave me. I just wanted you not to die. You sacrificed yourself to protect me. Ikki, you knew I didn't want all this. You knew my desires very well and ignored them anyway. For the first time in my life, I feel so much anger towards a person. I will never forgive you. Do you know why I will not repent of my choice? Because I also do not care about your desires. Ah, and what do you say to that? You were the first to trample my feelings. I thought you were serious about my words, and all this time you just played with me. Right. I do not know the wishes of Ikki. And what difference now? They will no longer come true. Never. But I will not regret everything that has happened since I first met you. This is my decision. Stella sharply raised her eyes from the remains of Ikki to Orgul, who was still confused by her actions. May it hurt so much that I want to die. Let me be so sad that I can't breathe. I will never throw or forget all this time spent with you. But first I need to fight the enemy, even though my chest is torn to pieces. Ikki was proud of everything until today. Even on the verge of death, he did not abandon these feelings. He was proud of all the time spent with me, proud of our rivalry, proud of me. I cannot betray his pride. I will prove to you that after our first meeting, I became much stronger. I, Stella Vermilion, did not chase you for nothing, and I will become even stronger. I will make you regret that you are no longer with me, shouted Stella, raising her sword high above her head. She is completely ready for battle. Ikki Kuragain chose the path of death, but she was going to continue to punch her way to life with her sword. Oni Aisama fought to protect you, and you played such a drama. And someone right after her last words, a voice sounded. This gloomy tone was too well known to her. Stella's head instantly turned back to see a man who was not supposed to be here. Behind her. But I'm glad you came to your senses. After all, if you said that it would be better if you didn't meet with Anya herself, I would have attacked you, as during the qualifiers of the Hagun Academy. There was a little girl with dazzling silver hair. It was Lorelei Shizuku Kuragain. Long time no see, Stella-san. Since our last meeting, you were badly burned. I never thought that the image of the Ganguro one would again become popular, Shizuku joked. One Ganguro is a trend in fashion, Jaru. Very strong tan, white lipstick and white eyeliner. The horror is shorter. The girl's sudden appearance on the battlefield stunned Stella. Why are you here? In your empire, Vermilion has too few knights with medical equipment. That is why your league headquarters has turned to other member states for help. In a good way, a knight in white should come to your aid. But now in Japan it is extremely turbulent, so I arrived instead. Yes, even without this application as a volunteer, I still found a way to come here, said Shizuku, calmly going to Stella. Right, to the corpse of Ikki. Oh, you are the very youngest sister who cried helplessly near the body of her brother, who almost drove off after the attack of Aming-kun, Orgol said with a wide grin. As you can see, your precious brother has become a bloody stain on earth. How do you like this sight? What do you feel? Come on, do not hold back your emotions. Please let me hear your cry of despair. I hope it will be as enjoyable as that of Stella-chan. Thanks to the raisin puppet, Hureg or Gulu, she was aware of her strong connection with her brother. But, agree, Oni-sama always loves to act recklessly. It seems that in another way he does not know how. All this time, Shizuku looked at the remains of her beloved brother lying in front of her. But instead of despair and pain, her eyes radiated a strong tenderness. He is such a man, that's why I love him. You should also get used to it, Stella-sama, Shizuku said with a smile and shrugged. There was not a drop of sadness in her eyes. Only love, a bright light burned in her eyes. Shizuku, why do you? Such behavior of the girl confused not only Stella, but also Orgol. It seemed to them that Shizuku should have immediately attacked Orgol, who had killed her brother. This would be the expected response. But now, it was as if a completely different person was standing in front of them. Previously, she screamed and cried badly when her brother nearly died. This happened after a semi-final match at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. Failure Sinomiya Amin. Ikki nearly died from his nameless glory. Stella-sama, why are you looking at me with such a surprised look? I promised myself that I would not let my brother die before me. That stupid situation will never happen again. And while others were trying to move away from confusion, Shizuku reached Stella. Another little step, and she was right at the corpse of her brother. Kneeling down and folding her arms as if about to pray, Shizuku closed her eyes. I remember my fear and despair that day. Oni-sama was dying in my arms, but there was nothing I could do. I still regret the day when they left our house. It was then that I swore to myself that I would always follow him. I just cried and got angry. A feeling of powerlessness squeezed my heart. I could not save Oni-sama in any way. Absolutely. I was lucky that Kiriko-sensei managed to arrive on time. Oni-sama is too reckless. Similar things will happen to him constantly. If I will not be able to protect Oni-sama from the temptation of death, someday he will definitely leave me. That is why I went to Kiriko-sensei and asked her to train me. Gritting my teeth from extreme pain, I deliberately remained conscious in order to fully feel with my body the greatest healing technique of the Knight in White. I absorbed all her knowledge and skills. I have changed. Now I'm not the girl who could only cry. Ikki Kurigane, my dear Oni-sama, is dead. No matter how powerful the healing technique, it is already too late. Even Kiriko-sensei, the greatest medical knight, would not have saved Ikka from death. The resurrection of the dead is still terra incognita for humanity. Ikki will never be able to return. It is a fact. This is the reason. This is destiny. Then what to do? I promised myself that I would not let anyone take him away from me. Only one woman can be near him. Only one woman can make him smile. Even if God tries to take away Oni-sama from me, I will kill him. If fate tries to take Oni-sama from me, I will destroy her. No one can do that, except me, Shizuku Kurigane. Because the happiness of Ikki is my happiness, my decision is unshakable before any cruel reality. Return Oni-sama. Yes, as easy as shelling pears. My love will even cope with fate. Blue world. I feel unwell lately. I can't translate much. As soon as Shizuku uttered the name of the technique, a magical radiance burst from her body. Warm, gently bluish light. It was not as bright as the blazing flame of Stella. The radiance, for some time just radiating from Shizuku, came down behind her and took the form of angel wings. Shizuku carefully spread her wings, and shining feathers, fluttering in the air, showered the corpse of Ikki. At that moment, the blood and flesh of Ikki, coming into contact with the feathers of angel wings, began to decay into bluish phosphorescence. "This is blue samsara," exclaimed Stella when she saw this unusual phenomenon. Nearly, Blue World is an enhanced version of the technology, blue samsara. Unlike blue samsara, it can be used on other people. I specifically applied this technique to Anya-sama to decompose it into separate cells and then restore it. Are you capable of that? I won't rest until I reach good luck. Pretty convincing words. Shizuku was determined to revive Ikki. Stella, I will always help Anya-sama. This is my job and I am the only one capable of it. But don't forget, there are things that only you can do, Stella, Shizuku said, opening her eyes. Her gaze was fixed directly on Orgul's revived corpse. Take a look at Orgul's head. The Prince of Cledland tore her to pieces, but now she has completely regained her form. Stella, if you look closely, you will see that it is collected from a lot of extraneous garbage. My Blue World technique directly heals the body, and Orgul's Game of the Dead technique simply combines disparate parts of the body and sews them together with garbage using threads. He cannot recover again if his body is turned to ashes. Guess to Stella. Despite the fact that the King of Puppets can directly control his body parts, he is powerless before the ashes. Guess how to defeat an immortal enemy occurred to Stella. She just needs to completely burn the whole body of Orgul, each of his cells, so that he could not recover. So that's why Ikki sacrificed his life to save me. If you finally understand everything, please take care of this garbage. He's too calloused, Shizuku said sharply and closed her eyes again. Now she needs to focus on her noble art and not be distracted by chatter. More and more scattered parts of Aikai's body decayed into bluish phosphorescence. Forming into small balls, they circled around Shizuku. To be honest, Stella was worried whether Shizuku would succeed. But she resolutely threw this thought out of her head. After all, Stella knew Shizuku is a man who definitely deserves trust. She will definitely restore Ikki, and it is not discussed. Instead of doubts, now I have to do what is entrusted to me. But first you need to prepare. That's it, I ask you to pay attention, cried Stella. Her scream was addressed to all the soldiers of Vermilion and the League, gathered on the battlefield. Right now, I will give all my best to destroy this garbage, but I will need your help. Who else is on foot, help others. Protect them, lend a helping hand, and then no one will die. Neither I nor Ikki nor you. All will remain alive and we will return to Vermilion together. Haim-sama, you have come to your senses. Yeah, our Stella-sama is still fighting. We will not give up too. Forward, forward, forward. We form a protective circle. Defend the inhabitants of Cledland and other wounded. The Vermilion army was the first to respond to Stella's words and began to regroup. Many knights stepped forward to form a circle 30 meters in diameter with Orgul in the center. They were going to be human shields between the enemy and the inhabitants of Cledland. Ordinary soldiers who did not possess magical power hurried to the wounded and began to take them deeper into Cledland, away from the barrier. Great coordination. Without unnecessary movements, everyone did their job quickly. The atmosphere of panic and excitement disappeared. Earlier, Stella put everyone in despair with her fortune, but now she again managed to rekindle the fighting spirit of everyone and inspire confidence. Hey, Stella-chan, are you okay? Nene called to her in alarm in her voice. Now the appearance of Stella is very different from the usual human. Nene herself checked that all this demonic power is capable of destroying the consciousness of man. But All is well, Stella quickly answered her words. There was a firm conviction in her voice. In fact, Stella felt the same way that Nene felt when she was transformed with excessive awakening. A burning desire, like a stormy stream, still circulated in her chest. It was an incredible force of anger towards Urgol. If Stella at least relaxes a little, this anger will corrode her consciousness and burn her whole life together with anger, sadness, and other feelings. But still she firmly stated that she was all right. After all, she dealt with her regrets. Although anger and sadness swallowed her, she did not regret having met with Ikki. All this time, the back of this man loomed in front of her. As an elusive goal, Stella tried again and again to achieve it. That's why she would never let this back disappear in front of her. Don't worry, whatever happens, I will never lose myself. She only needs to control the seething flow of feelings. Without this power, it will be difficult to crack down on the hostile dead game technique. Stella voiced all her words to Nene, looking directly into her eyes. Okay, then try to avoid a protracted battle. You have to kill him with one powerful technique. I, Princess Yaksha, undertake to protect everyone present from your monstrous power. Therefore, you cannot worry about others and attack with full force. Remember, you must destroy it with one powerful technique, said Nene after a short pause. I get it, Stella nodded vigorously. After the words of Nene, she cannot worry about others. Her gaze fixed on Urgol. Everyone was so animated. Urgol began in an irritable tone. Will Ikki-kun return to life? Impossible. Ikki-kun is dead. Is it really not clear by his gutted corpse? With every word, his voice became angrier and his face was darker. When Urgol killed Ikki, he wanted to see Stella's suffering, her grief, despair. But she was much stronger than he expected. She completely coped with the yearning for the death of Ikki, and even was able to once again inspire all the people around. All this was extremely unpleasant for Urgol. Well, then I have to kill more people. Let's see how long your fuse lasts. I will prove that your tricks are nothing in front of the Puppet King. Immediately after his words, Urgol set in motion. Without hiding his intense irritation, he sharply waved his right hand and snapped his fingers. A silver flash, like a whip, ran through the sky. Previously, Nene fought with them, but now she has concentrated all her forces to protect others from the power of Stella. All the anger of Urgol fell upon the soldiers, without any obstacles. However, his click was unsuccessful. And a bit more. Need help, our row is at the limit. Accepted, who can help them? Hey, the guy behind me. The moment the blow touches my shield, support me as much as possible, but don't overdo it. The knights quickly began to change their formation. Having dealt with the intimidation of Urgol, they reduced the circle around Urgol to 20 meters, thereby increasing the thickness of the defense. Knights in the front row, equipped with shields, were supported by the second row. Second row third, the third is the fourth, and the fourth row is the fifth. Quickly changing the formation around Urgol, the mixed forces from the troops of Vermilion and the Knight Mages of the League significantly reduced the striking force of enemy equipment. We did it, Commander-in-Chief Dandalion. The old swordsman, who had arrived on the battlefield with Shizuku and had led the deployment of forces in Cledland, nodded with satisfaction. Nice. If we cannot cope alone, then we just need to unite all together. Here are all our comrades, so we are capable of anything, unlike that guy. Tish, said Urgol, displeased. His face took on an even more annoyed expression when his attack was successfully rejected. And if so, the next thing he wanted to try to do was interrupt the restoration of Ikki. Shizuku was still inside the guard circle of the soldiers. Since the corpse of Ikki lies here, she cannot leave the dangerous place. Shizuku is currently doing the hard work of disassembling Ikki's body into separate cells with their subsequent reconstruction. Obviously, any interference may interfere with its operation. Therefore, Urgol decided this time to direct his anger at her. Once again, the Orgol attack was unsuccessful. A huge axe flames reflected his threads. "Do not even hope. Now I am your goal," Sirius shouted, using his device as a shield to protect Shizuku and Ikki. Twice this small fry violated his plans. They seemed to mock Orgol. "You are just rubbish under my feet. All your resistance is completely pointless. But nothing. My puppet theater will show everyone who is in charge here." If Orgol turns everyone into a puppet, he no longer needs to confront Sirius and the others. "However, I will not let you do this." Gah. Naturally, Stella was not going to sit aside. Spreading its wings of fire, Stella at furious speed reduced the distance from Orgol to pierce it with her huge sword. Without any hesitation, she resolutely attacked. But Orgol was ready for that. Right now, his puppet abilities were completely concentrated only in his body. This is what allowed Orgol to surpass the power of the Stella Dragon, which was proved in the previous battle. Stageware 1. 1-4. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter well, or a theatrical costume can be translated. This garment, sewn from his spiritual threads, is able to protect Orgol from attacks of Stella's full strength. Orgol himself wanted to attack Stella with his fists, whose physical power was strengthened after the Game of the Dead. Such an attack should have been much more effective than an attack with sharp threads. But I was wrong. Orgol's guess was completely crushed after the first strike with Stella's sword. Her attacking force exceeded all his expectations. Although it was obvious. Indeed, now Stella is fighting a body that has undergone a transformation due to excessive awakening. An unusual-looking body took the form of her soul, which abandoned humanity. The characteristics of such a body cannot be compared with the ordinary human. As soon as Stella's blow touched his body, Orgol tore off the ground and thrown back to the joyful cries of the soldiers. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers cheered for Stella loudly. Such loud support exerted strong pressure on Orgol, and Stella only gained momentum and attacked with even greater force. Unable to restrain her onslaught anymore, Orgol rocked, and he lost his balance. And this is exactly what Stella sought. A swift sweep and levitine cut off Orgol's leg. Yeah, she did it. Sama, you need to end it with one attack. The cut-off leg instantly swallows the flame. Falling to the ground, it crumbles to black dust. Orgol, having lost his leg, immediately falls to the ground. Decisive moment. Stella would never miss such a moment for a new attack. She hopped onto Orgol's chest and crushed her to the ground with all her might. An immobilized enemy is not capable of any resistance. Wave and levitine, Stella prepares to pierce Orgol. Everything is over. Alone, you will never defeat me. Her sword fell lower and lower. A little more, and this blazing heat blade pierces the body of Orgol and burns everything to a single cell. Before being destroyed, sparkling smiles of all the inhabitants he destroyed during his birthday celebrated in Orgol's head. I never liked that I was alone. I have long recognized this truth. No one understood me because they had a different set of values. I could not do anything about it. Scream. A furious cry escaped from Orgol's chest. Clutching his right fist tightly, he shot them at Stella. In a normal situation, in such an immobilized position, he would never have hit his opponent, but now he is the doll himself. His whole body is stitched from many parts. Tearing his right arm off his forearm, Orgol hit Stella's chin. Incredible power hit. The body of Stella, having received such a powerful impulse, flew up high. Stella did not take much damage, but the distance was again gained between her and Orgol. I'm not bad at all. You all make me a villain. Even now, in obedience to your selfish logic, you are trying to kill me. I just wanted to laugh happily like everyone else. Devil. I am the devil on the other side of the right. I want to laugh. I will definitely laugh at your corpse. I will kill everyone with my power and trample all your rightness that you preach in this world by force. I will create my own world where I can smile calmly. A black, Sinister aura burst instantly from Orgol's entire body as he screamed sobbingly. His left hand was pointing towards Stella. Now, having regained his movement, Orgol was ready to flip his thumb and middle finger again. His stage costume is completely braided into separate sharp threads. Orgol prepared to use the most powerful noble art, which only owned Le Grand Guignol, a technique whose power is not comparable to the usual Grand Guignol. As soon as he finishes preparations, hundreds of thousands of threads will scatter throughout the administrative district. No, this force, which can be called the climax of the King of Puppets, will destroy all people in Lucerne. This mass slaughter sent Orgol wants to end the war by his victory. According to the evil expression and aura of Orgol, Stella's intuition sounded the alarm. She must not retreat. The battle between the desperate is a battle for fate. Now the enemy with all his soul and body longs for victory. If she runs away, she will have no chance. The one who triumphs in this battle will win the war. Tear the heavens, purgatory flames. Hovering high in the sky, Stella also decided to use her most powerful technique. An ascending crimson glow colored the sky, turning night into a bright day. However, there is darkness to which a ray of light will never reach. Light versus darkness. Two magical essences of different colors painted the world, but such opposites cannot exist together for a long time. This moment has come. The dragon's wings flapped loudly high in the sky. Giving acceleration to her body, the Crimson Princess swiftly flew down. Get down as low as you can and defeat the King Puppet King with your powerful magical technique. Meanwhile, Orgol also concentrated all the magic in his left hand. Concentrating all his strength, he planned to pull the trigger of his equipment and destroy everything around him. The distance was decreasing. The clash of black and white magical powers caused aurora in the atmosphere. And burn to the ground, fiery salamander. Tear off the applause, Legrand. At that very moment, Orgol's body was covered in deep cuts. In a strong excitement, Stella initially did not pay attention. However, having directly seen a strange sight with her own eyes, her thoughts returned to the previous 1-minute battle between Iki and Orgol. Stella carefully watched their battle and remembered that the battle was almost one-sided, except for the final attack. Iki, from the very beginning of the battle, seized the initiative and repeatedly attacked Orgol. But if you compare the number of wounds and recoveries of Orgol and the number of attacks of Iki themselves, they did not match. There were much more attacks than recovery attempts. Stella, knowing the real strength of Iki Kuragain, immediately felt something was amiss. But then she could not understand what Iki had in mind. But now, the answer has completely appeared before her. After all, for all these sudden cuts on the body of Orgol, it was not Stella who was responsible, but the incompetent knight of Iki Kuragain. In that battle, when he won time to restore Stella, he used 2 types of different attacks at once. The first, it's about Baiken Ares attacks with a sword, which is perfectly visible to any human eye. The second is a special kind of blows that was supposed to decide the outcome of the battle. Slow-motion attacks that cause scars that will not open unless excessive force or movement is used. Fifth secret sword, Kuruzakura, 1. 1 Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Sakura madness. No matter how many blows this technique strikes, the target will not receive damage. A wound can open only at that critical moment in order to turn the outcome of a battle. Right, Iki was not just making time for Stella. Orgol's abilities as a warrior are too low. He could not notice such cunning attacks. But Stella, she should have felt. The format of the battle of the current war was the royal battle. Iki took into account all the factors surrounding him and led the war to the last decisive line. He knew that Stella always followed him, therefore he did not doubt her victory. And all his tactics gave exactly the result that Iki had planned. Heck. 2 sudden damage. Before Orgol's eyes, everything turned white. Fatal mistake. Due to damage, Orgol could not fully apply Lagrangignol. Its threads did not take the desired shape, which was conceived by technology. Such an unfinished technique could not stop Stella's powerful explosion. Gah! Tearing all the threads in her path, Stella drove the levitine into Orgul and sewn his body to the ground. I already said, "You will lose to us," shouted Stella, at the same time activating the fiery salamander with her words. An unknown force, the heat melted the earth in an instant. A high pillar of flame burst from the place where Levati N was stuck. If not for the gravitational power of Princess Yaksha, heat burned everyone in the administrative district of Lucerne. "No, I do not want to fade. I do not want," screamed Orgol. His whole body was in flames, but he was still on his feet. He did not want to die. Clapping his hands, he tried to bring down the flame and avoid the fate of turning into ashes. Throwing out a huge amount of magic with his body, Orgol wanted to reduce the power of the fiery salamander. But all is useless. After all, in the end, Levitine pierced his chest through and through. Heat and flame can no longer be stopped. The body of Orgul, absorbed by the flame, gradually turned into coals. His fingers and toes have already turned to ashes. That's awful. Everyone always tried to get rid of me. I didn't want to be like that. If I had the opportunity, I wanted to be born on the other side. Why no one ever wanted to help me? Of course, I also think that your circumstances were unfortunate, Stella answered the screams of Orgol. A distorted consciousness that could not feel happy from ordinary things. The reality of the birth of such a person. It was she who helped awaken Orgula, such a powerful force. To be honest, Stella could not even put herself in his place. He must have been very lonely. But even in your life, there were people who loved you and were ready to sacrifice themselves. Orgol stated that for him, the right things are related to violence. A person with such a difficult fate will inevitably hate the whole world. But still, he had the opportunity to avoid being alone. He could get help. Near him, there was only one person. The woman who left everyone and turned everything into the world into her enemies was ready for anything for the sake of Orgul. But you didn't give a damn about them. You can take offense at me. After all, this is inevitable. You hate the whole world. But I will never accept your words that nobody wanted to help you. I will never believe that no one loved you. The reason why you disappear alone is not right. You yourself are to blame for this outcome, because it was you who never loved anyone. In the past, Orgol could not love his family and other people because of distortions in consciousness. But Iris, she was the hardest hit by Orgol, but she still didn't stop loving and protecting him as a member of her family. If Orgol had reacted to her love, perhaps something would have changed in him. No, something must have changed in him. But Orgol did not respond, and this is his fully conscious choice. If so, then Orgol is far from a poor child who has been harassed by the right people. He is a real selfish coward who only thought about himself. True truth struck Orgol's chest more than Stella's blade. But unfortunately, nothing can be returned back. Repentance from missed opportunities squeezed his chest with all his might. "UAA," cried sobbing Orgol. An explosion of emotions occurred inside him, but he could no longer do anything. His regrets, his cry, everything was engulfed in flames and burned to the ground. The last time flaring up, the body of Orgul completely turned to ashes, and the night again fell on the battlefield. A strong wind, blowing in their direction, began to sweep away its dust and carry it away. Even the world denied him and wanted to completely get rid of his traces of existence. But before the ashes of Orgul was completely dispelled by the wind, Stella extended her hand. "To scatter over the sea. At first I really wanted to do this, but I will not do it. Out of respect for Iris-san, I will put your ashes to her in the grave." Stella managed to scoop up a handful of ash. If you really regret that you even cried, apologize and apologize only to her. Immediately after her words, Stella turned the other way. Slowly, she walked toward the people who believed and were waiting for her. As a sign of her victory, Stella held her gigantic golden sword high above her head. So, the protracted war between Vermilion and Cledland came to an end. Chapter 25, The End and Consequences. Opening my eyes, I realized that there was darkness around me. She was everywhere around, up and down. There was nothing around me. I swam in absolutely empty space. But I did not sink and did not come up. I was just in a dark world without light, without sound, without heat. Is this death? I remember what happened to me. Chest pain. A strange feeling after loss of viscera. Without a doubt, a person cannot survive after such injuries. I'm dead. Ikki Kuragain could not survive. But why did I open my eyes? Why should I peer into this darkness if my consciousness has disappeared? I do not know. I don't understand anything, but it seems to me that something is happening. Shine. Light shone through the dark mist. A small beam, the size of a fist, fell on my lying body. Like a guide, he seemed to be inviting me to follow him. Ikki reached for the light. His hand began to move and tried to grab this ray. At that moment, oh, the world of Ikki Kuragain returned the colors again. There was an unfamiliar ceiling in front of his eyes, bright lead. Lamps blinded Ikki's eyes. Closing his eyes, Ikki had already begun to consider the plan of escape when he realized that all this time he was lying in bed. Opening his eyes again, he began to look more closely. And just then, his gaze crossed with the man. All, muttered Ikki, seeing his beloved in front of him. Stella, holding a vase of flowers in her hands, froze. Her ruby eyes opened wide, and her lips quivered. But it only lasted a moment. Stella closed her eyes, as if trying to pull herself together and open her mouth. You finally woke up. Unlike the past scream, now a small rebuke hovered in her voice. But still, it was definitely Stella's voice. Awoke. Something is wrong. Am I really alive? It's true. Speaking with Stella, Ikki lifted his upper body in bed. Although every movement gave a little pain, he could still move. His arms went to his chest. Ikki immediately felt his own heartbeat. His lower body was also moving. He felt his legs wrapped in a futon. His body is completely healthy. And the realization of this reality greatly shocked Ikki. I'm really alive. Everything looked so incredible that he would like more clarification from Stella. She, as if having felt, opened her mouth and told how he managed to survive. Shizuku arrived at the request of the headquarters of the Vermilion League, and she was able to restore Ikki by disassembling it into cells and recombining it again. Incredible. Is she really capable of this? Isn't this a real resurrection of the dead? All this sounded implausible, but Ikki knew that Stella had no reason to lie. If she said so, then it really happened. Shizuku really managed to unroll the cycle of samsara. A real miracle. This is amazing. The war ended successfully with the victory of Vermilion. Ikki, thanks for the work done. From the words of Stella, Ikki felt extremely uncomfortable. Indeed, from the very beginning of the conversation, she did not look in his direction. Yes, and this vase with flowers in hand. It seemed to him that their reunion should have happened much more sensually. But now Ikki was feeling lonely. However, now is not the time for such feelings. He wanted to fully know what happened after he died. Vermilion won, and Stella was alive. What he planned has completely come true. But how many victims were required in order to achieve a similar result? What about the rest? There were so many civilians. No one died. Everyone worked hard and helped each other. Of course, even after the past 3 days, the chaos will not soon settle down in Cledland. But I think that Johannune and Lunane will still be able to calm them, Stella replied, still not looking at Ikki. So Johansen is okay. I can't say for sure that he's fine, but Lunane is with him all the time. I think everything will be fine. And Seikyo-sensei. If I remember correctly, she was badly injured. Sensei is an A-League knight. There are enough somatic cells in the cell bank, and there will be no difficulties in creating a new hand. But as for Tatara... Tatara-san, what with her? She lost part of her face and right arm. She has destroyed half the digestive system. The lower body is completely destroyed. She, like you, Ikki, was very seriously injured. Stella answered sadly. Stella said that only thanks to a powerful stimulator Tatara managed to survive. The analgesic effect helped Tatara not to die from pain shock, and the hemostatic effect did not bleed. I asked Shizuka, and she healed Tatara's brain, collapsing from the stimulant, but still her body. The damage to the body is too great. You cannot fully recover even with the help of healing capsules. Even if she somehow returns the lost parts of the body, the nervous system will remain damaged. Moreover, to restore all missing parts of the body, the previously mentioned somatic cells are needed. And this is a very expensive service in a cell bank. If you are not a rich man, not a high-ranking person, and not a blazer, which is very important for the nation, then you cannot even count on something like that. But even so, I'm glad I stayed alive, Ikki said, hitting himself on the chest. Life is beautiful. As long as you are alive, you can heal any wounds, like Moriboshi. It seems like I was sleeping. Shizuku worked hard. Ikki is simply obligated to thank her for her resurrection. Hey, Stella, can't you call Shizuku into my room? Ikki asked Stella. For the first time in their conversation, Stella looked at Ikki. Actually, all this time she didn't leave you anywhere. And, very surprised, Ikki once again looked around the room, but did not see anyone. His sister was not in this 5x5 tatami room. I don't see anyone here. There, said Stella, pointing with her fingertips to Ikki's chest. What do you mean by that? I understand that you are surprised and confused, but please calm down and listen to me carefully. Ikki, you know very well that you died that day. Your body has suffered very serious damage. Even Tatara's affairs were much better. But Shizuku managed to bring you back, supplying your body with his own cells. And Stella's words, like cold water, poured over Ikki's consciousness. So your gesture is that Shizuku is in me. Yes, I literally meant it. Shizuku became part of Ikki's body. Ikki's head was spinning very much, as if the world had just turned upside down. If you think about it, the story is mysterious. Injuries to Ikki are much more serious than Tatara's, but unlike her, he now lies in bed completely intact. Where could the lost fragments of his body come from? Really? Why didn't he think about it right away? Why did this fool do this? And, hey, what's going on? Ikki, why are you crying? But Shizuku sacrificed herself to help me. Tears came to the eyes. A cry of pain burst from the throat. But before Ikki completely covered the whole gamut of feelings. And, what, you're wrong, hey Shizuku, do not be silent, say something, exclaimed Stella. And at that very moment, I'm sorry, but I could not resist. I wanted Anya-sama to be a little worried. The voice of a man with whom Ikki had already said goodbye, mentally, came from the right side of his ear. Shizuku, is that really you, Shizuku? Yes, Oniai-sama. Shizuku. Ikki turned excitedly to the source of the voice. Then he saw. That on his right shoulder sat Shizuku the size of a palm. There was a wide, mischievous smile on her face. Good morning, Oniai-sama. What the hell is going on? Despite the loud cry of Ikki, a thundering, joyful laugh flew from Shizuku's throat. Oniai-sama, have you really been so excited about the size of your dear little sister? And, what? But you are so tiny, you seem to have turned into a drop, Ikki exclaimed. After all, he immediately noticed that in addition to the reduced size, Shizuku's body almost became translucent. It was as if she had turned into steam thanks to her blue samsara technique. What happened to you at all? Ikki was completely confused, so Shizuku decided to clarify. A couple of minutes ago, Stella already explained to you. Your remains, Anya-sama, were badly damaged, and somatic cells continued to rapidly collapse. If I hadn't hurried, then your body parts that could still be used also collapsed. Therefore, I was forced to use my own body as a link to restore yours. Whatever you say, they were blood relatives. Her trick was a complete success, so Shizuku's smile still hasn't left her face. But while I act as a link, and I borrow my somatic cells for your recovery, I do not have a body. That small figure that you see is created from the remnants of somatic cells that were not needed in the process of your recovery. That's why my current size is the limit of what I'm capable of. Shizuku, but doesn't that mean you're not alive now? Even temporarily, are you completely attached to me? Hee. You know, Oniai-sama, I always thought that becoming your flesh and blood is very cool. In no case. Don't worry, I won't do that. After all, I understand that you, Oniya-sama, will be against it. At the moment, the restoration of your body is complete. Your body itself is capable of creating new cells. I merged with you to speed up this process. Therefore. At that instant, Ikki's entire body shone with a bluish magical glow. Light, focusing at one point, began to form a human image in front of Ikki. After a couple of seconds, the intensity of the radiance decreased and the bluish light began to change colors. And then, his dear little sister is again standing in front of Ikki. If you worry like that, I can cancel our merger, Shizuku said with a proud smile, sticking out her small chest. She disconnected from Ikki's body without any problems and assumed her normal size. Good. Awareness of the fact that Shizuku sacrificed herself was an unbearable thing for Ikki. But now that everything has returned to normal, Ikki's tense body has relaxed. He was so happy that Shizuku was okay that he nearly lost consciousness. To support his sharply weakened body, he leaned his right hand on the bed and took a deep breath. Calming down and waiting for his raging emotions in his chest to subside, Ikki was finally able to thank his little sister for the wonderful saving of his life. Thank you, Shizuku. It was only thanks to you that I escaped from imminent death. To the words of gratitude to Ikki, Shizuku reacted with a strange reaction. Her eyes sparkled feverishly, which looked scary, and her breathing became heavy. It feels like heat is building up inside me. Oniai-sama is so cute now that it's hard for me to stay calm. I feel a strange desire waking up inside me. Shizuku clutched her shoulders tightly in her hands, as if keeping her body from falling. You did a great job to achieve such results. I think I understand how you feel, Shizuku, said Stella. Stella's face turned a little red. Her gaze, which was looking at Ikki, was out of focus, and her mouth was ajar open, as if right now she was not in control of him. Ikki bowed his head inquiringly, seeing the strange reaction of the girls in front of him. As soon as Ikki moved his head, his pajamas immediately slipped from his shoulder. His shoulder was completely naked. Ikki immediately tried to pull up his clothes, and at the same moment drew attention to the strangeness. Looking at his hands in his pajamas, only one thought appeared in his head. Were his hands always so small? It seems to be not. Ikki never complained about too long sleeves. Ikki raised his head and accidentally saw his appearance in the reflection of the window. All extraneous thoughts instantly flew out of my head. After all, what he saw in reflection was he, Ikki Kuragain, only with the appearance of a primary school student. It is me. I became a child. Impossible, what? Why is my voice so high now? The panic of little Oniya-sama is so cute. Shizuku, why did I turn into a child? When I broke the fusion and took all my somatic cells with me, supporting your original body became impossible. Now this is your true form, Oni-sama. So now There is a limit to my magic and concentration, so I cannot stay inside you all day. Moreover, I understood that Oni-sama needed a body that he could control. But your somatic cells were too few, so I thought and decided that this was a good opportunity cough. In general, I tried and recreated Oni-sama from childhood. Do you really think that's good? Shizuku embraced Ikki's small shoulders with a proud smile. Though her words sounded suspicious before coughing, Ikki realized that this was necessary. When Shizuku left his body, it is simply impossible to maintain the previous size without a sufficient number of somatic cells. That is why, so that Ikki could somehow move, there was only one choice to reduce its size. So this is how it is. It seems that you could not do without it. Aren't you going to mind? At first I was surprised and even scared, but your words completely convinced me that this was a necessary necessity. This is not my trick. I really could not do anything. That was the only choice. I understand. No matter how suspicious all this looked, there was nothing to be done. There is no point in further discussing his appearance. Most of all now, he was tormented by a completely different question. I'm right, that with my appearance, the physical capabilities of the body also decreased significantly. That's right, Shizuku nodded. Oni-sama, your physical abilities are about the same when you were 10 years old. Now you can no longer act recklessly. After all, your body will not stand and break. Here's how. Besides, Stella, even though she looks charming, you shouldn't do any obscene things with him. After all, he now has a small body and a difficult fate. Stella, if I find out that you tried his nightly Ito Shura again, I will immediately distribute this information on social networks. Hey, I wasn't even going to. What are you thinking about? I think you're a monkey who has a passion for Oni-sama all year round. It is not true. However, if I merge with the body of Ikki, then I do not mind your intercourse. After all, there is no guarantee that the child who will be conceived during this time will belong to Stella. Ikki, I'm scared of your little sister. How did it happen that she grew up like that? Ikki also did not know the answer to this question. After all, he ran away from home when he was still in high school. Perhaps his sister's behavior was to blame for his escape. I only ask you not to act unreasonably. Oni-sama was seriously injured and lost about 30% of her body. Please do not forget about it. Good, I promise not to act unreasonably, Ikki nodded. Perhaps the seriousness of Shizuku's words did not reach Stella, but Ikki took her words carefully. Even without her words, just listening to his body, Ikki felt that his physical strength had decreased significantly, and his cardiopulmonary function had lost half of its capacity for work. Feels like his physical abilities decreased by 50%. If he tries to move his body as before, then obviously nothing good will come of it. In the current situation, he needs to develop completely different ways of moving his body. But before, Shizuku, I'm wondering I will stay in this state forever. If so, then this is a pretty serious minus. Even if Ikki develops new movements, in a body with a small skeleton, muscle strength is limited. And this is a very serious drawback because he was always used to fighting in close combat. However, Shizuku answered negatively to Ikki's fears. No, you are not right. As already mentioned, for recovery I used the growth space of your body. Oni-sama, you are still 16 years old, and people can usually grow to 25. Therefore, you still have the makings for physical growth. If you use my technique to the maximum, you can return to your previous form in 6 months. 6 months, so I can return to my original body in 6 months. According to my calculations, yes. Your body has not yet lost the opportunity to grow and develop, therefore. I understand, then it's okay. My current status is too cheap a price for resurrection. Within 6 months, he will be able to return to its previous size, having experienced the investment. Ikki patted his chest. Suddenly, the door to his hospital room opened wide. About, the younger sister of Ikki Kurogane, is here." On the threshold stood a woman dressed in a bright red, beautiful kimono. No doubt it was Princess Yaksha Nene Seikyo. Glancing at Ikki in bed, a sweet smile blossomed on her face. "You finally woke up." "Yes, thanks Shizuku. And by the way, you're so cute and small right now. Do you know that?" "Yes, this is also thanks to Shizuku," Ikki said, and bowed his head low towards Nene. "Thank you very much for carefully following my battle on the battlefield. If I was alone, I could still win time, but I could not protect all the people around me. This is teamwork. You do not need to thank me for your help." "Not really. I want to thank you for leaving me as a suicide and not intervening." Then Nene unexpectedly appeared on the battlefield for everyone. She too could well intervene in the fight of Ikki against Orgul. But she did not. She fully trusted Ikki and waited for Stella to fully recover. The whole thing was civilians in Cledland. The avant-garde forces of the League were destroyed, and the inhabitants of Cledland were left without protection. If Nene had joined Ikki, 1,000 ordinary people could perish. No, the number of victims could have exceeded tens of thousands while they killed Orgul. But no one was hurt, because Nene completely focused on defense. Although perhaps the decision to leave her teammate was given to her hard. Moreover, she was his teacher at the Hagun Academy. But still, Nene did not allow her feelings to prevail over herself and continued to be guided by reason. Namely, to fully surrender to the protection of the inhabitants of Vermilion and Cledland. Although Nene was very worried about Ikki, she did not back down from her intended goal. That is why Ikki wanted to thank her for such a choice. However, the words of Ikki Nene just shrugged. "Fool, no need to thank me for deciding to die on the battlefield. Your fight was so aggressive. I just had to protect everyone around. Moreover, Stella-chan delivered more unrest. She cried so much, screamed and raged at your corpse." "Hey, wait, no need to say too much. Moreover, I was able to pull myself together," protested Stella when the words Nene went about her. However, Ikki was not worried. His death certainly should have upset Stella, but she is not such a weak person whom bitterness could crush. This girl proudly carries on her shoulders the fate of the country. It's so easy not to break it. Only Stella can turn anger into her own strength. He used Kurizakura only because he fully trusted his partner. Come on. Indeed, now everything is fine and everyone is alive. "So, do you have any business with Shizuku?" "Oh, for sure." Nene remembered about her original purpose and looked at Shizuka. "Kurogane-chan, I brought you the good news." "What are you speaking about?" "I just got a message from the League headquarters. It concerns your ability to raise the dead. Death was captured by everyone, but you were able to push through your desire in defiance of fate. Therefore, from this moment on, the League officially raises Lorelei Shizuku Kurogane to an A-rank knight. Everything will be officially approved, of course, only after all the paperwork." "Shizuku, isn't that awesome?" Among all the student knights, only Stella and Aomisama have an A-rank. Ikki sincerely rejoiced at the news just told, but "Only I raised my rank," Shizuku asked. Discontent was evident in her tone. "Didn't Oni-sama prove himself much stronger?" "Don't be bullshit," Nene answered. "Ranks in the League are not medals, but just a system for managing blazers. All these pompous old people are not going to change anything in the system for the sake of some knight who has gone beyond the standards." "Grrr," Shizuku growled angrily. True, Shizuka was terribly angry, but she could not do anything about it. Indeed, a knight who can lose his life from a single bullet shot cannot even be assigned an E-rank. League management could not make exceptions. Well, in the end, the League ranks are just decorations when it comes to waking up. I don't think that there were people who would look down on Kuro-kun after the finale at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival and that recent hot battle. And by the way," said Nene, turning in the direction of Ikki, "since you woke up. Kuro-kun, I also have something for you. Levi Ascaride, secretary of the French headquarters of the International League of Mages Knights, left a message for you." "Ascaris," Ikki took her breath away from the last name. After all, the Black Knight Irisgold wore this name for a long time. This woman must have been somehow her relative or guardian. Please voice them to me. Nene nodded affirmatively and opened her mouth. I am grateful that in the last minutes of my life my daughter did not feel despair and regrets. If any difficulties arise in the future, be sure to contact me. I, Sh. Levi Ascarid, undertake to personally help Kuragain by virtue of my capabilities. Why did you open your eyes so wide? I thought that they would scold you, not being shy in expressions. Yes, that is what I was expecting. She is saddened without a doubt, but that's no reason to break on you. Iris Jan was an independent person, and that was her true desire. Probably. This was not said out loud, but Ikki realized that with these words Levi tried to protect him. Even if he killed her precious daughter, she did not even want to allow the possibility that he would try to reproach himself and torment him for that act. Seikyo-sensei, what about Iris-san? Her body was sent to France. She will be buried with the ashes of Orgul in her native village. That's how it is. Wow. Support for Bayonet Levi Ascarid is tantamount to supporting the entire French League headquarters. Enlisting such allies is much more valuable than raising a rank. But am I worthy? I think I do not deserve such attention to myself. You are mistaken. And Ikki was surprised by such categorical words of Nene. There are at least 3 reasons. First, Kuro-kun, it is not for you to decide whether you are worthy of such attention or not. Second, giving up is useless. This woman Sh. is not the kind of person who so easily scatters words and refuses them. Third, Kuro-kun, you should not refuse such valuable ties now. Do I really need them so much? Kuro-kun, after this war your position has changed a lot. You are no longer that talented guy who won the festival among students. After you defeated the Black Knight, which occupies the 4th place in power in the world and fights under the banner of the International League of Mages Knights, you actually took its place and became the main combat unit of the league. After such a lot of people with their cockroaches in their heads will begin to roam around you. Some of them will experience admiration, someone passion, someone envy. And of course, among them there are those who want to try to kill you. In this way, as your sensei, I advise you to recruit more allies. Nene's advice made Ikki's bad memories run through her head. Hagun Academy, qualifiers for the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. It was then that they plotted against him, as in the best drama. In the world, there will always be people who, in order to destroy others, are ready to use the most vile methods. Ikki did not quite understand how to protect himself from this. If that case recurs, he will fall into the trap again. And not only he can suffer, many people who are dear to him may also have problems. To fight this, in the world there was only one power: political. Therefore, the advice of Nene is very reasonable. Well, then please tell her that in difficult times I will count on her, Ikki said, after a little thought. Ikki's answer completely satisfied Nene, and she loudly hit Shizuku on the shoulder. Well, on this note, I say goodbye to you. Sister Kuragain, we have to go. Hey, now I cannot. I'm busy treating Ani-asama. It's been 30 hours now. You deserve a little rest. Ah, it seems that I can't get away from it in any way, muttered Shizuku, displeased at Nene's decisive words. In that case, Oni-sama, I will have to leave you for a while. Shizuku, thank you very much for everything you did for me. There aren't enough words in the world to express my gratitude to you, Ikki Shizuku thanked before she left the room. Hearing his words, a broad smile appeared on Shizuku's face, which was very rare for her. Oh yes, I forgot to say something important. She stopped at the doorway and continued with her smile on her face. Oni-sama, when I stated that I would not mind becoming your flesh and blood, you categorically refused. Surely you think this is too terrible, right? And, well, yes. But what you did with Stella last time was much worse. Words of contempt flying out of his sister's mouth made Ikki forget about breathing. A wide smile on Shizuku's face, as if glued. Joy was not at all felt in her. Anger, intense anger. That's what was reflected on her face. To die during a battle and to die intentionally are two completely different things. You cannot use strategies in which death is required to achieve a better result. People using these strategies are the worst scum in the world. Everything is fine with me because I love you, Ani-sama, and I'm already used to your tricks. But Stella is completely different. You told her that you loved her. You swore you would always stay with her. When you utter such words, you must be prepared to take responsibility for your love. Oni-sama, this time I'm not going to be on your side. Therefore, please make every effort so that your loved one will forgive you. Bowing to her brother and saying goodbye, Shizuku immediately left the room. Even after she left, a chilling chill was felt in the room. After Nene and Shizuku left, Ikki looked at the door for a while. But what you did with Stella last time was much worse. Words, like an echo, repeated many times in his head. Suddenly, a crimson light filled everything before his gaze. It was Stella's hair fluttering behind her. Knocking loudly with heels, she went to the door and reached for the handle. Wait, Ikki said reflexively, thinking that she was leaving his room right now. But a sound came to his ears. Loud rattle. The sound belonged to a key. It seems that right now, with his help, they locked the door with special frenzy. Hearing such an unpleasant rattle, Ikki trembled and shrunken. His little body has become even smaller. Stella, you're angry right now. Yes, Ikki said timidly, watching her from the bottom up. However, Stella was not even going to respond to his words. Not paying any attention to him, she took a big step, went to the window and grabbed the curtain. Loud rattle. Stella pulled so sharply and drew the curtain so that sparks rained down from the hard friction of the hooks and the eaves. Thanks to her quick movements, the hospital ward plunged into darkness. Ikki was left alone, with the eyes of the Crimson Princess, glowing with anger. Ikki cried out. Now he was not a frog, which was seduced by a snake. Before such flaming dragon eyes, he was just a miserable bug. Wait, Stella, please calm down. I'm really sorry I broke my promise. But at that moment, so that no one would die, only this plan came to my mind. Ikki whispered frantically. But his words did not stop Stella. Step by step, she was getting closer to Ikki. Before such a frightening reality, he could only continue to make excuses. If I fought along with Seikyo-sensei, there would be no one to protect ordinary people. I had little strength. I could not deliver a decisive blow to the puppet king. Therefore, I decided to buy time for you and use the trick that you should have been sure to notice. By the time you utter such words, you must be prepared to take responsibility for your love. I cannot accept such excuses. Exactly, no matter how profitable my strategy was. Those scornful words of Shizuku, she's absolutely right. I wanted to become a single family with Stella. Therefore, I had a responsibility to her. I promised to always be with her, promised to love her, so my decision. Is it not selfish? You can't think of a worse way to make your soulmate suffer. It was only after Shizuku's words that I realized how severe this pain is, tearing my chest apart. I could not even imagine how painful the death of a loved one is. God, I doomed Stella to such suffering. I am really sorry. I will do anything to mend your anger towards me. Even after his death, Stella completed the battle. She lived up to Ikki's trust, but after my act, she obviously will not be calm and good-natured. I inflicted so much pain on Stella that Orgol could not even dream. Therefore, the only thing I can do now is ask for forgiveness. And until she forgives me, I have no right to any excuses. Will you do anything? Asked Stella, hearing the last words of Ikki. Kay, of course. Then with every good morning and good night, you must kiss me. Good. And every day for an hour, you must in verse form describe what you like about me. I understand. Keep in mind that poetry should not be repeated. I will do everything possible. After, when enough material is gathered, you will compile a collection of poems of love for me and put it into circulation. And you are obliged to spend all fees only on the satisfaction of my desires. Stella. Something is wrong. Icky peered closely into the darkness and noticed that Stella's head was down. Hee, ha 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 ha. Unable to restrain herself anymore, Stella exploded in laughter. Okay, those were jokes. I'm not angry anymore. You really? Yes, Shizuku said everything in my tongue, Stella Icky answered with a smile. Her smile was far from happy. The bitterness was perfectly red in it. Are you really not angry anymore? I was very angry. All this time I waited for you to wake up to count all the bones in your body. Right in the hospital. And what? You can save time on transportation. But I redefine my feelings. Icky-san, you have a wonderful sister. I was always proud of her, Icky agreed with a nod. It seems that this time too, Shizuku saved him. But that is not the only reason I am no longer angry. Right, there was another good reason why Stella just couldn't get mad at Icky. Of course, Shizuku's rebuke also influenced, but I'm so glad I saw you alive, Icky. Stella. Unable to restrain her feelings, Stella sat down on the bed and hugged Ikka's small body. I'm sorry, if I had predicted that he could move even after his own death, you would not die. Icky, please forgive me. Stella apologized for her own mistake. She considered herself responsible for the act of Icky, which cost him his life. These words of apology were logical. But, Stella, you don't need to apologize. Right, a technique that activates after the death of your enemy. Something like this is very difficult to predict. Even Icky did not assume that Orgul had something similar up his sleeve. Therefore, if you ask for forgiveness, then you need only him. I should have known that Orgul's trump card. If I knew about her, I would not let you go alone. If I were stronger, I would not have been killed, and this conversation was not. Icky and Stella were worried about their own, but now all these torments were left behind. Then what should they do now? What can they do in this situation? Only one. Gently freed from his embrace, Icky pulled away a little and put his hands on Stella's trembling shoulders. Having exchanged glances, Icky sighed heavily and opened his mouth. Together we must become even stronger. To prevent something like this from happening again in our lives, Icky said, wiping the hot tears from Stella's cheeks. New promise made to them. Yeah. Finally, a truly joyful smile appeared on Stella's face. The misunderstanding and hostility disappeared. The borders are erased. Both lovers felt the heat flare up in their chest again. It was expected that their lips began to draw closer. As if checking whether the partner had disappeared, Stella and Icky merged in a kiss. Sharing warmth with his beloved and feeling the heat of Stella's lips, Icky remembered the place where he had been after his death. Absolute darkness without heat, sound, and light. Monotonous space. Once there, he will never forget that place. If he perishes again, Stella's life will turn into hell. I will never return there. I will stay with her forever. I need to get even stronger. I swear, from that moment on, I will cling tightly to happiness. I want to feel it deeper. Oh no, Stella tried to pull away. I'm very sensitive right now. If we go further, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop. With the words of Stella, Icky agreed. He, like her, was also extremely excited now. But unlike her. Sorry, but the way back is closed. Hey. I can no longer restrain myself. Icky's small hands clung to Stella's back and back. Now she will not be able to leave and escape. With a rough movement, he pressed his lips tightly into hers. It was no longer the usual touch of lips, but Icky was all the same. Not so long ago, he felt the loneliness of death on himself, and right now, he wanted to fill this chilling cold with Stella's warmth. Stella. Is For a moment, Stella was shocked by the wild behavior of Icky, which was absolutely not combined with him. But feeling the trembling of his body, understanding arose in her head, and she relaxed her shoulders. Her beloved was all cold, and now he wanted to plunge into her warmth. It was very nice for Stella. It's all true, as if I wake up after a nightmare. With a gentle movement, she clasped her arms around Icky's small body. And that was the signal. That he can do whatever he wants. And Icky just wanted this. Their kiss was getting deeper and... Stella, are you there? Stella-chan, something terrible happened. Suddenly for them, the door locked with a loud bang burst open. Oh. On the threshold appeared Stella's parents, namely Sirius and Astrea Vermilion. There was no screen, so they immediately had a beautiful view of Stella and Icky kissing each other, tightly clinging to each other. What, that you allow yourself, flushed Sirius. After the war ended, he changed his mind about Icky, but right now, his paternal instinct was again rising above him. Dad, now is not the time. It hurt, mum, you will tear my ass. The riot of Sirius was instantly stopped. Astrea clung tightly to his buttocks. Continuing to hold Sirius and completely ignoring his cries, Astrea turned to Icky. Icky-san, you finally woke up, that's great. With a special smile that neither Stella nor Lunais inherited, Astrea rejoiced at the restoration of Icky. In response, Icky and Stella quickly severed. Proximity. Although Icky was extremely embarrassed, he still found the strength in himself to answer. Yes, thanks. Foo. Right after the war ended, we brought you to the Vermilion Hospital. Are you okay? Nothing hurts. And no, it's all right. True, thanks for the concern. I feel very good right now. I believe. The faces of Icky and Stella blushed at the same time. They did not hide their relationship, but it's like getting caught in the eyes of adults while they are exchanging tenderness. It was extremely awkward. With a mischievous smile, watching the embarrassed faces of Ika and Stella, Astrea opened her mouth again. Icky-san, after the war, you are the hero of Vermilion. I would like to better thank you for everything you have done for us. But I have to do it later, Stella-chan. What? Stella immediately raised her eyes to the changing tone of Astrea. The thing is, Tatara-san. Astrea detailed the story of Stella. What, but why? Mother's words were at once confused and angered by Stella. As promised, I have prepared for you a small plane with an autopilot system. The action took place at the International Airport of Vermilion, which was still closed during the hostilities. In front of a small jet plane parked on the runway were Daniel Dandalion, secretary of the International League of Mage Knights League in Vermilion, and Yui Tatara, traveling in an electric wheelchair. Looking at the bright red jet plane, Tatara nodded in satisfaction. This is my reward for participating in the recent war, but isn't it too generous? Do not worry, the king himself gave permission for such a gift. If you are not comfortable with the color, we have models in a different color. Just the color I am now least concerned about. The question is completely different. Can the head of the League Division provide such things to one of the rebellion killers? Ah, here you are. You know, I only know that you are a knight apprentice from the Akatsuki Academy. I have no more information about you. Ha, it looks like the winged prime minister will have more trouble soon, Tatara said mockingly, looking at Dandalion's sly face. Branch of the League and the headquarters of the League, two different things. League offices are local organizations created by member states to interact with the main headquarters. Therefore, usually branches of the League listen more to decisions of the local government, rather than orders from headquarters. The main point of the League has always been that small countries can cooperate with each other in front of a military threat from a large state. If the League interfered excessively in the internal political affairs of its member states, this would have negatively affected its expansion. This organization structure has created a dilemma of understanding for member states. But it was this dilemma that tied the hands of the League during the Vermilion military campaign. Despite the obvious enemy, the League could not go on an open attack. A real headache for the person standing at the head of the entire faction. Perhaps a centralized power may arise in the future. And if this happens, then Tatara will be able to start receiving work from the League. The situation is bitter, but it is the pros of life, thought Tatara, who is well versed in the world of killers. Having made her predictions about the future and appreciating herself the present, she sighed heavily. Before returning to her professional work, she must heal the body. As soon as I return to Abgrun's house, I need to do body restoration, and immediately after rehabilitation. But it will take about a year. For such a long time, the road to the professional trail will be closed to her, but there is nothing to be done about it. Indulging in similar gloomy thoughts, Tatara leisurely moved in a wheelchair to the plane to hit the road. Do you really want to leave now? I'm already bored with so much time to sour in your castle. Tatara resolutely answered Dendalion. Stella-sama will be sad. I don't care, the girl said shortly. Her voice clearly sounded notes of annoyance. The name of the girl Dandalion said, only thanks to her. Tatara was able to survive. According to information that she heard later, an urgently arrived rescue team tried to cure her, but because of the monstrous destruction of the body, their help was not very effective. In return for saving her life, the angel dust stimulator destroyed her brain. Only thanks to Stella, they were able to save her. Again and again, Stella desperately begged Lorelei, who did not burn with the desire to spend her energy on saving the lives of terrorists. But Lorelei was right. The killer is not the kind of person who should be given a helping hand. They should have simply forgotten about her. But they didn't do this to her, though not completely, but her life was saved. And this fact depressed Tatara. Oh, that girl. If I stay here longer, who knows what might come to her mind. Therefore, it is urgent to leave this empire. So Tatara thought, approaching the plane. But, WTIS, there was a voice. The voice that Tatara wanted least to hear came from somewhere above. Looking up reflexively, a clear blue sky appeared before her. And a brightly shining sun. This crimson sun was rapidly falling right on her. Bad feeling. The sixth sense, trained over the killer's long career, yelled at Tatara about the danger. Trusting her instincts, Tatara immediately activated her noble art. A reflective barrier has completely spread around her. Intuition did not disappoint Tatara, because after a moment the crimson sun fell from heaven on a jet plane and blew it up. Tatara shouted as the figure of Stella Vermilion appeared in red-black flame amid the charred debris of the plane. It seems I still managed. Nice. Gorilla, what are you doing? You so wanted to sit on the courts in front of me. Tatara exclaimed when she realized that her departure by brute action was cancelled. But Stella, not paying attention to her protest, shouted. What are you doing, Tatara? Why did you run away from the hospital? After all, you promised to taste a delicious cake from Bonnie's house at the festive party, especially your injuries. Stella's face turned pale when she saw Tatara's body completely wrapped in bandages. Where are you going to go with such a body? Your parents should have informed you. I am going back home. But you have nowhere to go. Thanks to the efforts of Dirty Rose, the house of Abgrund was completely destroyed. That's what Stella had in mind when she said the last sentence. Listen, Tatara. The news has not yet been officially announced, but as soon as Cledland calms down a bit, Lunuane and Yohanni will announce their engagement. Congratulations. In this regard, Lunuane waives the right of succession. In other words, I will be the next queen. It's great, but that doesn't concern me. Tatara deliberately listlessly answered Stella's words with a bored face. It was a sign on her part that she did not want to continue further conversation. But Stella was not going to stop. So I want to hire you when I become queen. And, from the last words of Stella, Tatara was speechless. After all, what her interlocutor said sounded absurd. Not as a killer, but as a personal bodyguard for yourself. Your abilities are just perfect for such a task. Naturally, you will be entitled to benefits. Well, the place of residence. Vermilion is not a very rich empire, but if you enter the elite Imperial Guard, be sure that the benefits will be worthy. You fought for the existence of Vermilion. No one will mind. On the contrary, everyone will be only happy. Why don't you give up your dark work and start a new life in Vermilion? Stella, with all the cordiality, tried to persuade Tatara. Her suggestion could be extremely interesting. But Tatara saw through her that Stella was hiding behind her emotions. So you want me to give up the profession of a killer and join you for benefits when you become a queen? Be sure, we will do our best to meet your needs. Hee, not bad. So let's discuss some nuances. Please come closer. I do not want these bastards from the League to hear us. Now, like a dog wagging its tail, Stella stumbled and ran to Tatara. And that is exactly what she needed. As soon as Stella came close enough, Tatara turned the joystick, and the wheelchair, rolling forward, hit Stella hard with the footrest. And, hey, what are you doing? Exclaimed with tears in Stella's voice at the unexpected act of her interlocutor. It looks like we didn't understand each other, Tatara said in disgust. Due to a misunderstanding, there was confusion, so let me clarify the real alignment of things. First, I did not fight for your empire. I am the killer of the House of Abgrund and have done my job. Second, I and only me are to blame for my injuries. Therefore, I do not need any sympathy, especially from you. The last phrase of Tatara made Stella fall into silence. After all, she herself understood that the proposal to fight for Vermilion was only an excuse, invented in a hurry. And this is not good. Such things should be carefully considered. If you really intend to become the queen of your empire, you need to be more careful with people like me. I do not approach your environment. Whatever happens to me, I no longer have anything to do with your life. No, you have. And, after all, you are dear to me, Tatara. The main reason Stella did not want to let Tatara go was that she became very attached to her. It was Tatara who made me stronger. It was you who pointed out to me all the shortcomings, so it was only thanks to you that I was able to overcome Orgul. And that's not all. You fought bravely for Vermilion to the very end. I do not want you to somehow heal the wounds, leave me. Stella completely abandoned all far-fetched reasons. Now she did not care about them. The man in front of her helped her protect the most precious thing in her life. And now, Stella did not want Tatara to return alone to the world of darkness. If she now allows her to leave, then they will not meet again. Do not leave. The whole look of crying Stella spoke of this. This time, Stella's words silenced Tatara. To tell you the truth, she expected something like this to happen. The first match at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. It was then that Stella completely showed herself. She shouldered the difficulties of others, which she should not have personally encountered. Despite the great danger, she fought immediately against the three. That's what the man was, Stella Vermilion. I knew that, but still got too close to her. I acted carelessly, and now I am trapped. But, despite everything, this situation was not unpleasant for Tatara. The feeling that she was in someone's heart was pleasant to her. If she dies, then at least one person will shed tears over her. Tatara behaved coldly to Stella, told her nasty things, but she did not hate her. Tatara liked Stella's kindness, and although she could not honestly admit it because of her callous nature, Tatara did not want to lose this feeling. But inside herself, she understood that she was not entitled to her kindness. Therefore, we do not have such a close relationship. But thanks anyway for the trouble, Tatara thanked. Her words addressed to Stella came from the heart, but I do not want to violate my lifestyle, even for you, Tatara said flatly. I am a killer, and already killed a dozen people. But this is because you were born in that place. You're right, my place of birth cannot be called prosperous. However, this does not negate the fact that I am a killer. The people I have killed will never be resurrected. Moreover, in my opinion, it would be foolish if a person like me, who does not know anything about peaceful life, ended his existence in this way. But living a dignified life and trying to atone for your sins is much better than continuing to be a killer. You are not right. Why? Because I don't think I did bad things. Before embarking on the path of redemption, you first need to feel regret for all the people I have killed, said Tatara. Inside, she understood that she did not have such feelings, and they were unlikely to appear. Killing and doing harm to people is bad. Such a simple rule was not instilled in Tatara. Who to kill this time to get a bar of another chocolate? That was her choice all her life. She remembered neither the face nor the names of her victims. The killings became her daily routine. Therefore, the path of atonement is simply not possible. I'm a killer monster. When I realized this, there was no turning back. How many masks I changed, how many personalities I dropped. No, I'm not going to make a sacrifice for myself, supposedly forced to do it all because of a bad place. I am not going to become a coward and give up the chosen path. I will not be able to fix any of my past deeds, so the only thing I can do. I want to continue living as before. I want to live like a villain and am not going to change anything in my lifestyle. I will continue to do bad things. And maybe someday, if I manage to survive in this damn world, I will feel joy. This is my choice and my struggle. Thank you again for your concern, but don't get in my way. You. All the feelings that Stella felt inside herself could not be expressed in words. Tatara's response was sharp, but also decisive. Stella did not like him, but from annoyance she could only bite her elbows. Stella could only give up. Another's will cannot be so easily crushed. Stella figured it out on her own. Therefore, I understood. Sorry, I won't hold you back anymore. The surrender of Stella caused a smile on Tatara's face. Do not worry, Yui Tatara never existed. I'm just a ghost that everyone will soon forget about, Tatara said. Immediately after her words, she turned away from Stella and rolled on a wheelchair to the small, multicolored aircraft that Dandelion had carefully prepared again. Sob. A sobbing sob of Stella sounded behind Tatara. But there were no signs of a chase from her. Stella was torn at the same time from two antagonistic feelings. She wanted to rush forward and stop Tatara, but at the same time she accepted her will and could not stop her. Sob, sob. The sobs of Stella became more frequent. Tatara's heart felt pain and longing, but she convinced herself that this was her punishment. From the very beginning, she should not have played with the heart of this girl, capable of such kindness. Whimper, yeah. Save forever in your heart the feelings of the girl who hurt. Tatara rolled toward the plane faster, so as not to hear more of Stella's sobs. But until she reached the end of the journey, sobs sounded more and more behind her. Wah. Stronger. USA. And stronger. USA. Lord, and what else was that? Against the background of loud crying, there was a loud click, as if something had cracked in Stella. Where does this sound come from? Here's the thing. Stella's head is held high. If Tatara leaves everything as it is, then Stella will most likely break the cervical vertebra. And this is too much. Sharply deploying a wheelchair, Tatara aptly threw something at Stella. Card. The card hit the nose of Stella right on the edge. And, what are you doing? That was the only way to shut you up. I will not change my choice, so stop crying. What? I was not going to convince you. Tatara, you fool. Protested Stella, in response to the rude words of Tatara. Reluctantly reaching for the card that Tatara threw at her, Stella's eyes widened in amazement. Is this a business card? Yes, this is my killer business card. Do killers have them? And why not? This is a business after all. Tatara shrugged over Stella's naive question. This card contains all my contact details. If the king approves your marriage with the guy who led Vermilion to victory, contact me. I will arrive at your wedding. Now stop finally sobbing. Annoying. It was an unexpected concession from Tatara. Do not forget and form some kind of connection with her. Stella's eyes, which had just oozed sadness, brought life back and sparkled brighter than rubies. Tatara, you must always get in touch with me. Oh God. Hey, here are my contact details. Be sure to save them correctly. I want to chat with you. This is not discussed. If you deceived me, I will clothe the whole world, but I will find you. I get it. Why did I turn around? In her head, Tatara cursed herself many times while Stella, with burning eyes, wagged her tail in front of her. No doubt I just did an unnecessary thing. She can go sideways to me and cast a shadow on the proposed lifestyle. But maybe I wanted to do this. Stop digging in yourself, and so I spent a lot of time on Stella. It's time to finally say goodbye and rest. With a muttering mutter, Tatara turned away from Stella and did not turn to her anymore. She even ignored Stella's joyful exclamations, "Don't forget to add my contacts, and please don't overtax." Silently reaching one of the colorful jet aircraft, Tatara climbed into it and shut the door tightly behind her. After, she immediately rushed to the control panel and turned on the autopilot, not forgetting to enter the coordinates of the Abgrund house. Oh. Only on the plane Tatara remembered about one thing that she forgot to tell Stella. However, if she now opens the door, then Stella will certainly come running to her and again begin to wag her tail. And so, annoying. Moreover, Tatara didn't really want to see Stella's smile when she informed her of something. The door remained closed, and Tatara started the engine of the aircraft. Fully trusting the autopilot, Tatara grabbed the phone from her pocket and deftly with one hand dialed an email to the newly added contact. My name is Veer. At our next meeting, I will respond only to this name. As soon as she pressed the send button, the plane picked up speed and took off. At our next meeting. The words of a friend, with whom she thought she would never meet again, completely washed away all despair in Stella's heart. Veer, we will definitely meet again, cried Stella, running toward the plane. She did not stop waving until the plane completely disappeared over the horizon. Right now, Stella was filled with courage and determination. At the next meeting, she was going to completely convince Veer. At first, Stella accepted her will and desire and allowed her to simply leave. But after this letter, not everything is lost. Veer can still choose a new meaning in life. Indeed, until now, even if she never admits, she has not been able to find the meaning of existence. But I can help her. She can get annoyed, she can get angry. But I will not give up. I will try again and again. And sometime in the future, my words will certainly reach her heart. In the meantime, I will wait. After all, no man in the world should lead a meaningless existence. Yes, Veer. Epilogue, Diving Justice. The war between Vermilion and Cledland ended with the death of Orgol, the main terrorist, thanks to the competent actions of Ikki. The crisis has come to an end. Both countries began to help each other heal wounds. The damage is great. Many people died or suffered as a result of this war. Nevertheless, supporting each other, both sides will be able to overcome all difficulties. But, unfortunately, not everything can be settled. Before starting the war between Vermilion and Cledland, Orgol attacked the headquarters of the rebellion and completely destroyed it. International League of Mages Knights. Alliance of Great Powers. Rebellion was the only force supporting a fragile peace between the two factions. But now the rebellion is destroyed. The irreversible consequences are about to make the world change. League and alliance. The era of an open clash between the two factions has already begun. The first clash occurred 2 weeks before the Vermilion Military Company. As soon as the headquarters of the rebellion, located in the Alps, was destroyed, countless armed soldiers landed on the decapitated peaks of the Alps. The PSYON emblem flaunted on the back and on the sleeves of the uniform of each soldier, indicating that they are all psychics of the largest nation in the world, the United States. Charlie, we must protect Dad. That's right, my lady. The color of magic, the brush of demiurge. Glancing at the enemy soldiers, Rin Kazamatsuri, Charlotte Cord and Sarah Bladley were ready for battle. They wanted to protect Kuzu Kazamatsuri at all costs, who was both the head of the rebellion, the father of the girls, and the Prime Minister of Japan, who arrived at the request of an old friend. But, "You three, calm down," said Kuzu Kazamatsuri in a determined tone. "But Dad, I know how strong you are with me, but you cannot defeat him," said Kuzu Kazamatsuri, throwing a frown at the gray dull sky in front of him. Countless paratroopers continued to descend to the gentle peaks of the Alps. But among them, there was a special one. Going down the slowest of all, he descended a mountain without a parachute. Blonde with bristling hair, half of whose face hid a visor. After all, this is the commander of the psychics, who, moreover, is also desperate. Superman Abraham Carter. In the United States, the largest military power, this psychic was the strongest military unit. It's simply dangerous to resist. Moreover, when the rebellion was defeated and most of the numbers either died or were still on a mission. Therefore, Kuzu decided to stop his daughters. While they exchanged phrases, Abraham Carter came down from heaven to them. Looking over them from under the visor, he opened his mouth and spoke in a tone in which not a single emotion was felt. Prime Minister of Japan Bakuga Tsukikage, the head of Kazamatsuri's largest conglomerate, Kuzu Kazamatsuri. I, as the U.S. envoy for peace, must ask you one question. You are all standing in front of me at the moment. Who are you? Friends or enemies?